Thanks for tuning in to BTW 21. I'm the host, Chad Hall, and we're going to be having our forum debate tonight with our city council members that are running for city council, I should say. And we'll get started over here to my right. I have John Wilson, Kathy Lawson, Julian May, and Lanita Hurlem.
Thanks for having us.
And Rayshawn Gravely.
Good afternoon.
Serving on the city council can bring many challenges, from serving the public with issues, providing policies direct to the city staff, making decisions that are the best interest for the city and its citizens. First question, John, you have drawn the lucky straw.
Yay.
What specific skills would you bring to the table? What past success you can share that would help the city council to grow?
All right, well, I've ran a company for 21 years that was under contract to the Air Force and NASA. In that regard, I purchased everything from fire trucks. I'm probably the only person here that's purchased body bags. I bought bulldozers, lowboy trailers. I bought mattresses, refrigerators. I've got a great background in procurement. I know how to settle contracts and issues. I can handle the tough situations. I ran that company for 21 years. We made a profit every year. We stayed within our budget. And the Air Force renewed it with us. We still got the contract. I'm confident I can take on anything the city can throw at me.
Ms. Lawson?
Okay. Well, I am a community advocate, have been for decades. Consider myself a public servant. I bring forth a great deal of knowledge about the city and our city administration, how it operates. Government is a whole different entity from the private sector. In the private sector, I am an insurance professional. I oversee a multi-million-dollar book of business and oversee staff as well. It's just, you got to listen to what people say, just not to respond, but to understand where they're coming from, what their issue is, what you can do as a member of council to help them resolve that issue. But listening is very important. I understand the integral workings of City Hall. I've worked through 12 budgets, so I just feel that I have knowledge that can be beneficial to our city and our citizens.
Julie May?
Martinsville is my home, born and raised here. Family roots go back pretty deep. I'm pretty involved in the community in many ways, and professionally I am a real estate salesperson, and I daily, hourly, sometimes late into the evenings, work very hard to make sure that my clients' fiduciary needs are respected, and I've also worked on helping with the sale and exchange of countless properties, acquisition of countless properties. And it is an incredible blessing to be able to be trusted with that responsibility, but it also requires a great deal of knowledge, and I also have to review contracts on a regular basis, write contracts, look for flaws in contracts. So I think that I bring a great deal of business acumen and professional expertise to the table, and whatever I do not know, I am looking forward to learning. And regarding the budget aspect, I kind of go by the guiding principle that you don't spend more money than you have or are expected to bring in. So that's pretty much where I want to keep Martinsville. I don't want to put us in a bad situation down the road. So thank you for the question.
I am an Army vet, so I know how to work with a team. I'm a very quick learner. I'm a pro advocate of education. I have a master's degree in history. I have an associate's in social science. I have a certificate in information technology and database management, and I also have an associate's in business administration. And when there was a presentation about the city's credit, I gave a prayer of thanks to my finance teacher, Frank Higginbotham, because I would not have understood it without ever taking that class. So
I was very involved in the Gold Star community. I learned how to do legislation. This was through Congress, but it translates down. And probably the two most important things is I'm a very good listener. I understand that everybody is an individual and they should be treated as an individual, and everybody's problem when they come to you should be treated with respect. And the second most important thing is surrounding yourself with good people. I know what I know and I know what I don't know, and I'm not afraid to admit when I don't know something and go find out from the experts, the people who work within our government, ask for their help.
Rayshon Grabler, born and raised here in Martinsville, graduated from Martinsville High School in 2018. My background consists of mental health and law enforcement. Overall, I consider myself as a public servant. Just for a little while, I did do a little volunteer work with Horsepower at the fire department. What I bring to the table is that, number one, to be a council person, you have to be a leader, a public servant, and to the service of others. And through my law enforcement career and my mental health, that's what I had to do. I had to deal with people at the highest, I had to deal with people at the lowest, and just being able to work with them through whatever situation they have gone through or going through at the very present time. Fairly young, 25, but it's always, life is a learning experience. No, I don't know everything. I still have a lot of learning to do. But that's when you have people around you and administrators and trainers to go to for what you don't know, you can get to know.
Everybody stay tuned. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have our question too. Stay tuned.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Starver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
Martinsville Eye Care Center, we've always believed in the power of community. For years, we've proudly supported local organizations like Boys and Girls Club, United Way, YMCA, Smart Beginnings, and the American Red Cross, and many others. Our community goes beyond just eye care. It's about caring for our community. Martinsville Eye Care Center, 1099 Brookdale Street, Martinsville, Virginia. It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. Going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb. For staying with us, and now we're going to roll into our second question, and that will be targeted to Ms. Lawson. You will get this one. The city charter lays out the role for city council members and specifically states, except for the purpose of inquiry, the council and its members shall, as long as the city manager form of government, obtain deals with the administrative service solely through the city manager, and either the city council nor any member thereof shall have authority to give order to any of the subordinates of the city manager either publicly or privately. Question is, what is your view of city council role? How active should they be, and how he or she should conduct with staff?
Well, we have a very strong city manager form of government, and it's imperative that a member of council understand what their role is. Our role is not to interfere in the day-to-day operation of the city operation. Our job is to set policy, establish policy, adopt a balanced budget, conduct the business of the council, and to represent our citizens and our businesses. It is imperative that we understand that we don't go into City Hall and tell people in departments how to do their job. That is not our responsibility. There are 3 people that answer to a member of council, to the council as a whole, excuse me, and that's the city manager, the city attorney, and the clerk. And those are the only people that answer to city council. Everybody else answers to the city manager. So it's important that we understand that, okay, it's all right in some circumstances to send an email to a department head, especially if it's property maintenance. Anyone can file a complaint with property maintenance. However, we can't give instruction to a department head or the police chief or the fire chief and tell them, I want you to do this, because they don't answer to the members of the council. They answer to the city manager. So it's very important for you to understand your role and what you may or may not do.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. And now, Mr. Julian.
100% in the charter, and as it states, city council's role, we're basically the board of directors for the city. If we are to be elected, we will be the board of directors for the city. And I firmly believe in staying in your lane and knowing your role and your duties. We would be policymakers, community advocates, and I have no intention or frankly interest in stepping beyond that role. I believe that you hire a competent city manager who then hires competent staff, and you should have faith and confidence in their abilities to delegate and be the administrator and boss of all of those departments. And on any board that I've ever served on in the past, if I were to overstep and step out of that role and go start barking at a staff member or boss them around and tell them what to do, I'd be stepping out of my lane. So I firmly believe in staying in my lane. And if we have an issue of some kind that would need to be looked into, first person to talk to would be the city manager, because she is their boss. So I firmly believe in following the charter and respecting the parameters of the office and staying in your lane and knowing your role.
Thank you, Mr. Knight.
You're welcome.
Ms. Earl?
At the risk of repeating what's already been said, honestly, it seems cut and dry to me. Our role is not to tell anyone what to do within our government. We can go to them for information if we need information, but to try and be their boss, that's not our role at all, and it's not what we're called to do or what we're voted in to do. It's about, as Julian said, it's a board of directors. It's not the CEO, or it's the type of government we have. You go to them for information, but you don't go to them to be their boss.
Thank you, Ms. Earl. Mr. Graham, you're up next.
All right. Thanks, Julian. I was thinking his same philosophy, know your role and stay in it. Number one, as a council person, it's our job to serve the community and serve the citizens first. So that's number one, and that's what you have, as they have stated, city managers, director of finance. That's what you have all those supervisors for, and that you have entrusted them to do their job. So at the end of the day, they have the job to do and we have our job to do. So I think as long as we follow what's the protocol and they do their job as hired, then you won't have any problems at all. So just do what you're supposed to do, and I think everything will be great.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Mr. Wilson?
As was previously stated, we all are pretty confident that we stay in our lane. We have a city manager who has hopefully hired competent, dependable people to do their job. If we have questions, we go to them. We don't go over there to demand anything of them. We go and ask questions and try to get answers so we can provide answers to the citizens of Martinsville. I know how to stay in my lane. I know that the job as a council person is not to be the boss of anybody. And with that said, I know how to stay in my lane.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Again, being debate, anyone have a rebuttal on that question? Want to thank you for tuning in. We'll take another quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have our third question. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
Martinsville Eye Care Center, we've always believed in the power of community. For years, we've proudly supported local organizations like Boys and Girls Club, United Way, YMCA, Smart Beginnings, and the American Red Cross, and many others. Our community goes beyond just eye care. It's about caring for our community. Martinsville Eye Care Center, 1099 Brookdale Street, Martinsville, Virginia.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Starver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
At Corner Kitchen, we pride ourselves on great food made fresh daily with the best service in town. We pride ourselves on using only the finest ingredients and offering a diverse menu from classic burgers and fries to our signature wings. There's something for everyone at Corner Kitchen. Visit us today at 37 East Main Street, Uptown Martinsville.
It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. Going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb. Thanks for staying with us here at BTW 21 on our debate. We're in our third question, and that is going to be up to Mr. Julian May. You get the middle guy here as we get started. Council members are paid a small stipend. Again, it shows here that, except for the mayor, a little bit higher, and this has not changed over the past 20 years. One of the viewers would like to know, what is your view of city council? Should it receive more pay, full-time benefits, or just fully volunteer?
This might sound incredibly naive. Someone may not even believe it. I'm not expecting to get paid a great deal of money for doing this. I don't even, to be honest, I have no idea what.
I have a record of $500 per month. I don't even know if that's accurate. That's what I was told.
I think it's 400 something, 450, and then the mayor gets paid a smidge more. I don't think any of us are going into this with the expectation of investing in the stock market after our runs on council. I can only speak for myself. I have a more than full-time job that demands a great deal of my attention, but at the same time, the responsibilities of my job and my involvement in the community overlap a great deal to some extent with being involved in the city and being involved in the community. And if the campaign has been any reflection of what it will be like in office, I don't really feel that the demands on my time are going to necessitate being paid as if it were a full-time job. And also, to dovetail off the last question, we do have parameters and we have a specific role and function. If I were to step beyond that role and behave or act like staff, I mean, obviously I'd want to get paid more, but I mean, that's not the role. I'm not going to be in City Hall all day long, every day, and I don't think anyone else plans to be either. That does not say not going to be fully informed on things. I just, I don't think it should be 100% volunteer. I think it should get a little bit of money, something for the time. It's a lot of time, a lot of investment. But no, I'm okay to keep it as it is. I don't necessarily think it needs to be increased.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. And now to you, Ms. Rowland.
Decided to do this. I was told it was $300, so now that I'm hearing it's $450, I mean, I've already gotten a raise if I'm blessed to get elected. So, yeah, I went into it thinking it was $300, and that was pretty much going to pay for my gas for the month. Considering what the job entails, having to drive around town and all. No, I didn't come into this for benefits or full-time pay or anything like that. So I'm happy with where it's at.
Thank you, Ms. Rowland.
Okay, so of course this question was asked at the last forum, and I made the statement that of course I'm not going to turn down the money. As a candidate running, it takes a lot to just run a campaign. And number two, sometime since I've been running for this seat, I have to take off work, get off early sometime, or different things happen where I have to cut back my hours for working. So I'm not saying that I work for a full-time 40-hour job. I'm not saying that I want to become rich off of it, but I will accept what is given. And then another thing, the other officers that are elected officers, they're getting paid. The sheriff's elected office, he gets paid. So, I think the revenue, the commissioner revenue lady, she's elected officer, correct? Is that right?
They're constitutional officers.
Yeah, but they're still elected. They get paid. So why not? We don't get paid. So I am for as a council member getting paid. And I'm not saying rob the city blind, but time is time, money is money.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mr. Wilson.
As stated, I didn't get into this to get rich. I got in this to help the people of Martinsville and the city of Martinsville. I understand that we get I don't want to say a small stipend, but that's basically what it is, and I understand that. I have no qualms about it. I don't see any reason for us to be paid as if we're full-time individuals. We don't work full-time for the city. Yes, we give a lot of our time and a lot of our effort, but we don't report to City Hall every day from 8 to 5. But I know that we're here to serve the city and take care of our citizens in whatever comes up, and so be it. If it takes a little extra time to do that, I understand that, but I'm not looking for anything anymore. I'm happy. I don't see any reason to change it.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Lawson.
Yes, sir. When I first ran for council, I was completely unaware that council members were even paid until I received an email that had a W-9 attached to it to send back to the city manager's assistant. And I'm like, why do I need to fill out tax forms? And she said, well, you get paid. And I'm like, well, I didn't know we got paid. The pay is fair to me. I know there are other localities who have given themselves a tremendous boost in pay. Some have done it immediately. Others have, one other city that's in our region is doing it over a 3-year period of time to gradually increase. But anytime that we're increasing a budget line, we have to look at, how's this going to affect our taxpayers? We as members of council, you will have expenses. You are expected to attend events that cost money. You are expected to make a donation. You are expected to, there are things in the community that cost money, and the small pay that we receive does help offset some of those expenses. So I have always donated back to the community the pay that I have received from council, so it's fair. You do spend a lot of time. Some people do have to take off work. I'm very fortunate that I have an employer that I have the leniency to do that. So yes, pay is fine. No, we don't need to increase it, and we're not full-time employees.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Any rebuttal on any of that? Everybody just agrees they need a raise. And that goes as well for the TV guys as well. Everybody stay tuned. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Martinsville Eye Care Center, we've always believed in the power of community. For years, we've proudly supported local organizations like Boys and Girls Club, United Way, YMCA, Smart Beginnings, and the American Red Cross, and many others. Our community goes beyond just eye care. It's about caring for our community. Martinsville Eye Care Center, 1099 Brookdale Street, Martinsville, Virginia.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Sarver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year, and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
When you say delicious food, I say Corner Kitchen. When you say fun, I say Corner Kitchen. When I say corner, you say kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen, East Main Street, Martinsville.
Thanks for staying with us again. You're watching BTW 21. We're in our 4th question on our debate, and this is going to come to you, Ms. Hurlum. The city has worked on increasing its revenue over the years through expansion of minute offerings, housing growth, and applying for even grants. The city recently reassessed, which increased the tax dollars. Everyone believes that the taxes are just too high. What specifics do you have that will help grow the city tax base without raising taxes?
Well, I'm wanting to focus a lot on small businesses. I want to bring in small businesses into the city. You bring in businesses, it takes some of that tax burden off of the individuals, the families. That would be the first thing, is to try and bring in more small businesses. Of course, we do need more housing, and if you want to bring more businesses in, you've got to attract those businesses. You got to do that with a strong foundation, such as with our infrastructure. You've got to do that with good schools. You've got to do that with, nice stores. I mean, often you've had businesses come here and it's the wife who says no, and they take their business elsewhere. So it's about making Martinsville attractive to these business owners. And if we do that, then we can bring them in.
All right, thank you, Ms. Earl.
I will agree with Ms. Harlem on the small business part, because there is a lot of small business within the city. So in small business, what actually keeps the city going. So first I say let's take care of our own people here in the city of Martinsville. Let's take care of them, continue that their needs are being met, support them in whatever way they may need support in, and continue to tell the story of Martinsville. Tell from back in the day up to now. A lot of times I don't think that Martinsville gets its credit from how it has grown from way before my time and to now. So I think we tell the story of the growth of the city and how we have overcome challenges. I think telling the story and just supporting our own people will grow things a lot more.
Thank you, Mr. Gravel. Mr. Wilson.
All right, as stated, yes, we need to bring more business into Martinsville. I feel like we do. We have a lot of business in other localities, Danville, Greensboro, they're growing, Eden, Reedsville. I'm glad to see that we now have a new economic development chairman, and I understand that this gentleman is supposed to really be very good at his job of helping us attract new business, and I hope we can do that. I also agree that we need small business. It is the backbone of any community. It keeps the wheel turning, creates good revenue and good jobs. The people in the community need to support all the small businesses. Don't see a new business, just go to it the first week or two it's open, and then, okay, I'll wait till next Christmas to go, and so forth. But we also need to try to attract some big business. I don't care if it's a company that employs 100 people or 300 people, 400. We need something a little larger so we can put some folks to work. That'll help create revenue for us. Revenue, it's what the city needs. We can't, you were talking about the taxes. The taxes are not done by council. It's done by the Commissioner of Revenue. We have to do the taxes in conjunction with the budget. We have to meet our needs. And if taxes have to go up to meet those needs, because we have to pay the firemen, pay the policemen, fix the roads, fix infrastructure, that's the burden we're going to have to bear until we can get more people in here, get more business, get more revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, I'm going to go a different approach on this. To generate more revenue requires people. People need housing, whether it's they buy a house, they rent an apartment, they're renting a house, but they need somewhere to live. If they're living here, they're shopping here, they're going to the grocery store here, they're eating in restaurants here, they are doing business with merchants here. And especially, I'm going to talk about the uptown area. Once these new apartments are completed at the BB&T, then I do really see that there will be some really interesting niche retail. I foresee that perhaps there will be a market/deli. I see uptown growing exponentially once we have additional housing uptown. You know, when you have people, you have jobs. I mean, we have jobs locally and regionally. So people are being drawn to this area because of our low cost of living and our accessibility to not only the Greensboro Airport, the Roanoke Airport, even to Raleigh. You know, it's just a great central location with a great quality of life. You know, we do have, we've had some challenges in the past. I believe it was 2 years ago, the values on vehicles escalated. They almost doubled in some circumstances. And we as a council had to look at how this was affecting our citizens. And so we made the decision to reduce the taxation percentage to 80% instead of 100% on the personal property tax to give our citizens a break. Otherwise, it was going to be ridiculously expensive, and their personal property tax was going to double. The same thing happened last year with the reassessment on real estate. We reduced the real estate tax rate, so the real estate property owners, whether it be a residential or commercial, were not getting hit so hard. So you have to do a balancing act to make sure that what the services you're providing are what the citizens need and the businesses need, and you're charging fair.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Mr. Julie.
I want to echo the concern about property tax, especially since I work in real estate. We have had so many people move to this area, especially during COVID, but we were actually there's a little bit of a misconception about the housing market here. Many people said, look at all these people that moved here during COVID. Well, a lot of people did move here during COVID, but a lot of people were moving here before COVID. When I went into real estate in 16, it was in 17, 18 that I started to notice more people were coming here from, say, Greensboro, Charlotte, Raleigh, areas like that. They wanted more space, they wanted low cost of living, they wanted peace, some degree of privacy, but space was what people wanted more than anything. And also better quality of life. One of the ladies who moved here, I remember this, she told me, I just went through the Burger King drive-through line and the lady there called me sweetheart. I can't believe this place. And I was like, well, welcome home. Now, COVID was a specific phenomena. We had a lot of metropolitan flight, but that's kind of died down a smidge, but people are still moving here. They want to. Martinsville is one of the best kept secrets in southwestern Virginia, and we are poised to be at the forefront of tons of economic development that's happening all around and within. So we are due for another reassessment in 2025, and council will have to make the choice of whether it is highly unlikely anyone at this table will want to increase the tax rate. Would we keep it same, what it is now, or would we decrease it to keep it revenue neutral and not add an additional burden on the taxpayer? I would vote and like to keep it revenue neutral if possible, but like John said, we have to look at our budget and see what our needs are. As for business and incentives to keep our area on a forward trajectory, one thing we need desperately, in addition to housing, long-term and short-term, we need more lodging opportunities throughout the city. We only have, if I'm not mistaken, one separate corporate hotel. We need several of them. We have one coming, but we need more. We are losing so much on tourism all around us. People drive around and they call me, I have to go stay in Rocky Mount or Danville or blah, blah, blah. We're missing on a ton of revenue with that. They will also pay utilities. We bid some hotels to pop up here, so that's one thing I'm going to work on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any rebuttals on any of that? All good? We'll take a quick commercial break, thank our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
Elevate your community engagement with BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week. Are you looking to make a meaningful impact in your community? Join BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week, the premier platform for high school football in Southside Virginia. Every Friday night, we bring the excitement of local high school sports directly to your screens via live TV, Facebook, YouTube, and live stream. By supporting BTW 21, you're not only promoting our local high schools, but also investing in a trusted community staple. With sponsorship opportunities starting at just $500, you can showcase your commitment to our youth and the future of our community. Don't be misled by other offers. Join the original and the most trusted Piedmont District Game of the Week. BTW 21 TV, your neighborhood's voice in high school sports. Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Sarver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
Martinsville Eye Care Center, we've always believed in the power of community. For years, we've proudly supported local organizations like Boys and Girls Club, United Way, YMCA, Smart Beginnings, and the American Red Cross, and many others. Our community goes beyond just eye care. It's about caring for our community. Martinsville Eye Care Center, 1099 Brookdale Street, Martinsville, Virginia.
When you say delicious food, I say Corner Kitchen. When you say fun, I say Corner Kitchen. When I say corner, you say kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen, East Main Street, Martinsville.
It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. Going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb. Thanks for tuning in to BTW 21 here, our debate, and we're on our question 5, and this will be headed to Mr. Gravely. On the other side of the coin of the city budget is expenses. The city has many challenges such as rising cost of goods, services in the area due to inflation, increase of employment costs and benefits, aging infrastructure that needs addressing such as the water, sewer, jails, the municipal building, and so on. What specific suggestions do you have regarding reducing or controlling city expenditures, and how would you pay for these increased costs or repairs?
With number one, concerning the municipal building, it seemed like that place needed to be repaired a long time ago. So my question is, number one, why did it take so long to recognize that it was needs for this building? So I would probably say, don't wait so long on a situation that you probably could have fixed a while ago. Now it has become a bigger issue, and it's probably going to cost way more now to fix or repair or to find something new than if they would have worked on the needs of it back then. And from my understanding and seeing the uptown workers, maybe if it was something that could have been repaired years ago, I mean, we have great people here to fix the maintenance guys, maintenance when we have great people here that has the knowledge to fix these issues, such as the big water spillover we had last month or whenever it was. So our own people were able to fix those needs. So I'm not sure why the administration at the time did not see the building was falling apart and get a hold on it before then. So that's my take on that.
Thank you, Mr. Gravely. Mr. Wilson, to you, sir.
Well, as you said, there are several things that are going to come up and be expensive that we're going to have to tackle. Municipal building, infrastructure with the water, sewer, and so forth. And these are big challenges we're going to have to tackle, and it's going to come before us. We're going to have to make some tough decisions as far as how can we allocate the money, or how can we obtain the money. I would assume that, of course, we'll look at our budget and see where we stand. There's going to be bonds that could possibly come into play and help us, grants, so forth. We'll do all we can to try to keep the expense off the backs of the taxpayer as best we can. But again, until how do you want to say it? Until we know what it is and the cost and so forth, I can't say, well, we'll do this, this, and this right away. Hopefully, if elected and I can get in, we can sit down with the people that know these procedures and so forth. They can sit there and tell me, okay, here's our best option. Let's do this, let's do that.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Lawson.
Yes, sir. You know, as you stated in your question, there are so many things that occur that you can't control. You know, you can't control the weather. You can't control a burst pipe. You can't control the cost of goods or services. There are so many things that you cannot control. But the things that you can, it's very easy to put a pin to it, know how much it's going to cost, and you can budget for that. Thankfully, there is always contingency in the city's budget for some of those unexpected expenses. However, our city manager has been with us now for a year. She has reorganized some of the departments. She's streamlined several to combine them, actually eliminating some positions by combining them, which has reduced the budget for upper management. They are putting in place an electronic timekeeper. I could not believe that the city still fills out paper timesheets. I mean, there are some things that, I mean, it's just mind-boggling in this day and age that a person actually still fills out a paper time card. Becoming more efficient in your operations is cost savings, and we certainly have seen some improvement in that. There are grants for a lot of things out here, and you know, we talk about well, they can apply for a grant for this or a grant for that. That's grand and fine, but what the city has failed to do in past years is to identify what the match is for some of these grants ahead of time. Just recently, we received a grant that had been applied for in 2022 that had a considerable match that went along with it. Thankfully, that can be in kind. But you have to anticipate these things and know them when you're for a grant. Even though it may take you 2 years before you get it or even longer, you've got to have that in your budget. So you have to be frugal in your operations when you're doing purchasing, as you know, as other people here have purchasing experience. You have to follow the procurement laws and make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do, and you're doing the very best for our citizens to make sure that every penny that is spent in the city is being done so in the best interest of our citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Mr. Julian May.
Well, got to be budget conscious. That's why the council has budget work sessions. Goes through and looks at what is the city looking at the next year, the next fiscal year. Might have to take a little bit of a look at some things and examine the ROI, the return on investment, if you don't know the vernacular, to see if we're getting the right bang for our buck with some of the things that we spend money on. I don't have any specific examples to cite on that, but I have some in my head. We'd just like to take a look. Some of us are outsiders looking in. And when we get in, if we get in, we'll become more familiar with this process. I mean, the budget is available to everyone. The most recent budget has a somewhat different format. it's very pretty. It has a lot of color photos and wonderful depictions of staff in it and whatnot. The previous budgets were very line item, breakdown, and that's kind of what I'm used to. I'm a little boring with numbers. I just like to see numbers and where everything is. But it was a totally different style and a different format. I would like to see a little bit of fiscal conservatism. I'm not trying to get political, like liberal conservative, but some conservative principles regarding spending. I don't spend money that I don't have. I don't spend money that I don't expect to take in. I'm not going to use the example of what was proposed and then carried from Tuesday night's council of the feasibility study for the amphitheater as an example. I don't mean that specifically. I don't know if we need to have studies all the time for everything, but we've got a lot of competent people in Martinsville. But I'm not meaning the amphitheater. I'm just saying in general. And on other boards I'm on, sometimes people are like, well, let's get a study. And I'm like, oh, God, there's a study. Come on, let's just do it. But let's just do it. I mean, we know we have the money or whatnot. So, yeah, I would just like to see a little bit of efficiency. May even need to, maybe one thing to pay for, might be worthwhile. A little bit of an efficiency expert, maybe to come in. I don't know how often we do that, but just would be curious. That's money I'd probably pay. See. Anyway, that was long-winded, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. May.
Well, I tend to be fiscally conservative, and I hope it is a line item budget that you go through.
Boring. Numbers.
I like numbers. So Julian brought up the amphitheater, and the consultation is $50,000, and Harvest Foundation's paying for half of that, and we're paying the other half. Mayor Jones brought up the idea of having a college student do that. Now, I would not do an undergrad college student. That could easily be a thesis or a team project for someone who is going for their master's or a graduate. And that we have several good schools that we could go to and propose that kind of project for them. I mean, you've got Virginia Tech, you've got Liberty, JMU. I mean, we have so many wonderful colleges in Virginia, and they would, I would imagine they would be happy to work with us on something like that. And not have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to get something like that done. And again, not specifically speaking about the amphitheater itself, but it does seem like every time you turn around, there's another study to see if we should do something. I also have the idea, and I spoke with a council person about it, and we're not sure it's legal, but you have this thing called government waste. Anytime the budget starts to roll over, everyone is, it's at every level of the government. I saw it in the military. I know it happens here. They want to spend that money so that it doesn't go back to the general fund, and maybe they don't get as much money the next time. And my idea is that instead of having that happen, and ending up with a shelf full of Nikon cameras that our police don't need, maybe they could put that money, instead of into a general fund, set up a fund that goes towards police vehicles or goes towards weapons or something that our police department needs, that we would have to pay for anyway. But if we can encourage them not to just go spend the money just to spend the money, and I'm not pointing at our police department specifically. It happens in every government at every level. But if we could do something like that to encourage them that money is going to go to your department if you don't spend it, maybe we could save that way, and it's money that goes towards something we need and would have to budget for anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Earl. Any rebuttals on that question? Another quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be launching question 6. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Sarver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
Martinsville Eye Care Center, we've always believed in the power of community. For years, we've proudly supported local organizations like Boys and Girls Club, United Way, YMCA, Smart Beginnings, and the American Red Cross, and many others. Our community goes beyond just eye care. It's about caring for our community. Martinsville Eye Care Center, 1099 Brookdale Street, Martinsville, Virginia.
When you say delicious food, I say Corner Kitchen. When you say fun, I say Corner Kitchen. When I say corner, you say kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen, East Main Street, Martinsville.
At Autos by Nelson, we value our customers, so we sat them down to get their double take.
I've been a customer just for a few months. I'm a new customer, in fact. Ordered straight from the factory. So we're on a computer, and we started from scratch, built from the color, interior, wheels, the rims, built everything to my satisfaction. A lot of stuff right here was new to me, and we placed the order in about 2-3 months. The vehicle's delivered. I would highly recommend Nelson to a friend or a family member.
It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. Going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb. Again, special thanks to all of our sponsors for sponsoring our debate. And now we're going to get with question 6, and that's going to be back to you, Mr. Wilson. The city of Martinsville has its own school division. Over the past 40 years, school enrollment has declined. Despite this decline, the Martinsville City Division continues to show much success in this area. The next questions are going to kind of deal with that, and I'm going to give you 3 minutes for these questions. Do you support switching to elected school board? If so, why not? What is the role of city council members as it relates to the school? And do you feel that the city can continue to operate a standalone school system?
Okay. As far as the elected part, I have no qualms if that's what the citizens of Martinsville want to do. We can elect our school officials instead of appoint them. My only regard on that is I would hope that the people of Martinsville would elect people who know education, are involved in education, and so forth. Now, on the, let's see, elected, what was the second part?
The role the city council members relate to the school as a school.
Well, I know that we help provide the budget for the schools in conjunction with the state. I'm not sure exactly how all that works. I can't wait to learn it. We've got to do whatever we can to keep our education top notch. There was Something said years ago on a TV show, we should make schools palaces. Our children should want to run to school every day instead of fussing about it. We got to take care of our schools. We need to keep the education up to date, top notch. We need to have good teachers, good principals, good counselors. And I'm trying to, what was the third part?
Do you feel that the city can continue to operate a standalone school system?
Yes, I think we could if we had to. It is the one thing I think that maybe somewhere down the line we should look at consolidating with the county in some aspect or regard, because as stated, we are losing some of our population for the schools. Now, if we can have a tremendous influx of citizens to come to town, and you know, we get a whole lot more kids and so forth, that would be wonderful. That would really help us. But yeah, we're going to have to make some decisions down the road there in some regard, because we are losing our younger population that's going to school, and there's no sense in keeping as many schools or the size of the schools the way they are if we don't have the children to put in them. So we are going to have to face that bridge as time goes along, or cross that bridge as time goes along. I'm not sure if all those answers were correct to what you asked, but it's the way I see it. And that's about all I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Lawson.
Yes, in the 2024 legislative session, there were some charter changes made for the city, and one of those was the policy was changed that would allow for a referendum to decide whether or not to have an elected school board. And what that will entail is there has to be a petition started by a citizen or citizens, and it has to have X number of signatures on it. Once the petition is completed, then it can be an agenda item on the next following November's election. And it will be up to the citizens. I don't think it's up to a member of council to make that decision. I believe that is a decision that needs to be made by our citizens. Just don't think that that's a council decision, and that's why it was changed the way it was. We, as a member of council, should have a relationship with people on the school board. Currently, council appoints the school board, so you have the opportunity to meet the folks, to interview them, to hear their thoughts about education and so forth. And good communication between council and the school board is imperative. We should always be supportive of our schools, be available if a member of the school board or a member, let's say a teacher has an issue and they want to talk about it. So, we should have a listening ear and be supportive of them. Decisions with regards to the school is not by council, it is by the school board. So we have to respect their authority and how that works. On one school system, I told this story, not a story, but conversation I did have with Dr. Talley several months ago. He and I were actually having a conversation about elected versus appointed school boards and so forth. And he said, either way it's political, so, and yes it is. But I do believe at some point in time, and I don't know that it will be in my lifetime, but I do believe that this community may have a consolidated school system at some point in time. We look at Franklin County that has one school system. We look at, Patrick County, Stewart has one school system. So it's doable, but it would take a lot of talk work, negotiation, and a lot of effort on all parties to even get to the table to have that discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Mr. Julian,
Yes, I have been taking copious notes. Just trying to get, because those were three big questions. All right, first, no, not in reverse order. One, do you support switching to an elective school board? Absolutely. I've lived in many different places, and I think Martinsville is the only city that has an appointed school board. And that's not to say that I don't agree with some choices that people have made with appointees. It just seems kind of antithetical to democracy. Council, if I'm not mistaken, is well, people are proposed now for or apply for other boards and commissions that aren't quite as, I'm not going to say important, it's not that they're not important, but their responsibilities are not as great as the school board. I mean, there's some boards and commissions like the one I'm on, Arts and Cultural Committee. It's very important, but it's not like we don't have a gigantic budget to manage. It used to be appointed. It was just someone, I make a motion, we appoint Julian May to Arts and Culture Board, second, done. Now people are applying and they're being interviewed by council, and I think majority vote rules on that. Same with the school board. I think that they should be elected. It's an enormous responsibility, and because people are so passionate about schools. I don't have any children, but I am passionate about schools because I'm slightly selfish about this. I want these kids to grow up well so that they can help take care of me when I'm old. But I know how sensitive people are about it, and they want their children to have the best education. I think that the people should have a voice and a vote in that. A friend of mine is running for school board in Richmond, and wow, it's intense. It seems even more intense than their city council election, so it clearly matters a great deal to people. Second, role of council related to school board. I mean, in many ways it's similar to our role with staff. We have parameters we're not to cross. School board and their finance director, I mean, Travis, they come and bring reports to us, presentations, but there's a great deal of this that actually a lot of people don't know. This involves the state. There's a state minimum amount that we have to fund for our city schools. We don't have a great deal of choice or say-so in that. So it's very complicated, but I do think, again, know your role. Third, I do believe that it is possible that we could have a successful consolidation of the school systems in the city and the county, but here's the deal. There are many people in the city and in the county who would be terrified about losing their jobs, and then also we have questions like things we don't know. What would the bus routes look like? Where would certain kids go who live in the middle of Uptown? Would you go to this school, that school? Would schools be closed? I don't want a school to be closed. I mean, I certainly would never want Martinsville High School or middle school or anything in the city to be closed or anything in the county. One thing I would love that we could do, if we could approach this, and I think Youngkin just slammed it down, I need to read up more on this. I'd love to see that 1% sales tax in Martinsville City to go towards school construction. We desperately need a new gym for Martinsville Middle School. And we could use a baller new state-of-the-art elementary school. Anywho, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Holman.
I think a lot of it's already been answered so far. The elected school board, it would be a referendum. So the people would actually vote on whether they wanted it or not. As a voter, it is something I would support. Every city I have lived in, and I have lived in quite a few, they had elected school officials. And I understand that some people might be put off by the cost of running a campaign, and I think all of us up here know that it is not cheap. We could set parameters on that. You know, you could set a limit as to how much can be spent on the campaign. You can make the campaign shorter, have it start, say, if you're going to run, you start on this date. You know, there are things you can do to make it cheaper and help someone who's interested in running. But I think you would get the best people who are willing to put that effort forward because they want to be on the school board. I think you would get the best people that way. As for the city council's role, city council sets the budget. I think we could make suggestions, but it's not our role to run the school. That is the school board's role, and that's something we should respect. The standalone school system, I spoke with Dr. Talley about this. I don't want to see Martinsville High School closed or any of our schools closed. But that's a risk we're taking if our population continues to decline. So we really need to work on our schools. Again, if you're a young family moving somewhere, the first place you're going to look is what kind of schools are there for my kids. So we really need to push our schools to be better. And with the county, our police departments share resources. They work together. I don't understand why our schools can't do that. I'm not talking about jumping off the deep end and letting the county take over our schools. I'm talking about, hey, where can we work together? Let's look at these, because there's so much duplication. There's certainly places where we can agree to work together, and that would help both budgets tremendously. Start there, work together, and with time, eventually we would have that role where the schools are combined and working together rather than one taking over the other.
Thank you, Ms. Hartle. Mr. Graham.
Okay, absolutely. So the first one about the election of a school board, I would definitely support the election of a school board. I think it should be the people's choice of who they want. And then I also believe in that you elect the people, then you just hold them accountable of the decisions made. So if the citizens elect the individuals to the school board, then they're responsible of doing the job and answering to the citizens. Number two of the role play of city council for the school system. Of course, we all know that the city has to approve a certain amount of budget for the school system, but the overall thing of city council, in my opinion, is just to support the school system in whatever way that the school system needs support in. So that's far as the role of that. And then about the school system standalone, I will say that the city schools, number one, I graduated in 2018, so I'm definitely a diehard Bulldog fan and an advocate for the city schools. There's a lot of great teachers there, a lot of great administration. If it weren't for them, I probably wouldn't even be sitting here today. However, all schools have been accredited for quite some time now, even before I graduated. So that's a plus within the administration in the city schools. But like Julian said, we have to worry about the jobs. Who's going to lose the job? Administration. Who's going to be the principal? Who's going to be the superintendent? What's the pay range going to be? Are we going to keep, like I know the high school has 3 principals. The main principal, then 2 assistants. Where if you combine the high school, are you going to have 6 principals? So what those, I guess that's just would be something that has to be really planned out and be open for discussion on who's going to be in charge, who's going to run the show, who's going to be getting paid what, and who's going to just work it out within the school system. And me personally, I don't want to see the schools, none of the schools in the city closed, simply because I was a graduate from Martinsville High School, and they have come a long ways within the school. I will say maybe if it's something like we have 2 elementary schools, maybe if it's not so much combined the county and the city, but maybe just building one big elementary school for the city. But I guess everything is open for discussion, and at the end of the day, just making sure we do what's best for the citizens in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. We're going to take a quick commercial break, again thanking our sponsors, and we'll be back with question 7. Stay tuned.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Sarver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
When you say delicious food, I say Corner Kitchen. When you say fun, I say Corner Kitchen. When I say corner, you say kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen, East Main Street, Martinsville.
Martinsville Eye Care Center, we've always believed in the power of community. For years, we've proudly supported local organizations like Boys and Girls Club, United Way, YMCA, Smart Beginnings, and the American Red Cross, and many others. Our community goes beyond just eye care. It's about caring for our community. Martinsville Eye Care Center, 1099 Brookdale Street, Martinsville, Virginia.
Again, special thanks to all of our sponsors, and thank you for tuning in. Question 7, and this will be coming to you, Ms. Lawson. One topic that's been discussed for the past 50 years or so is reversion of the city from the city to the first class of a town. In 2023, the city's charter was changed to where the citizens must vote for reversion prior to taking any steps toward it. Under what conditions would you recommend to the citizens that we go down this path of reversion?
Reversion is a hard decision. And the council in 2018 and 2019 did not take it lightly. It was a lot of data that had to be analyzed. There were requirements of different reports with projections, and our forecast was not very good. And council did make the decision to go down that pathway. The Virginia Code didn't require a referendum, and to be perfectly honest, all of the public meetings, council meetings, neighborhood meetings, it was, in hindsight, it really was disappointing that people didn't ask questions, people didn't voice their opinions until afterwards. So I feel it's imperative that if a council ever were to decide to go down this pathway again, that it needs to be a referendum, hear from the citizens, understand their point of view before you even go down that pathway, because reversion is not cheap. You have to order these projections that cost thousands of dollars. There's attorneys involved. And if it's not what the citizens want, don't do it. So lesson learned from what occurred. And yes, I do believe in moving forward that our citizens should have the opportunity. And furthermore, should there be some changes in the state code? That's a whole nother conversation. But yes, I do believe that if that route was ever to go down again, that it should be voted on by the citizens.
Thank you, ma'am.
For a start, I just have to say, it's just loathe the word reversion. It has this horrifically negative connotation applied to it that it implies you're losing everything, the world is going to collapse, et cetera, we're going back in time, we're regressing, and doomsday. If we're going to have this discussion about it, and I'm all for it being a referendum, and if people want the citizens deserve to have a say so. And also, this is something important to remember, and why I think it's so contentious whenever it comes up. Once you do this, you can never undo it. Once it's done, it's done. Your independent city status, gone. You have to ask yourself some really tough questions. What do we get by being an independent city? Well, among other things, one of the positions I have on it is I fear a little bit of losing our voice. Don't want to make it sound like we're under siege or anything. I mean, we're partners with the county. The county's our neighbors, our friends, our relatives, our family. But they are an enormous group around us. And I worry and wonder about, there have been countless studies done on it. But many people, to point out what Kathy said, I went to a lot of those meetings. A lot of people did not attend. And then all of a sudden, so many people became experts on it and, were for it and against it and this, that, and the other thing. The data that people were going by was from a different time, and decisions that people made were decisions made at the time, and I get it. That said, I am glad that it was stopped the way it was going, because I don't think it was likely to succeed in the end, and I think there was a sort of a citizen mood of a great deal of resentment and terror. There were a lot of fears about the schools being closed and this, that, and the other thing, and I think if it's ever going to be discussed again and brought up again, everyone needs to ask themselves several serious questions. One, how much money do we realistically save if we were to do that? It's not like, I hear a lot of people say, oh, well, if we get rid of this, then the county will just pick up the steam, pick up the slack. Not necessarily. You're going to have some people hired to take on some of the additional 13,000 people that the county would absorb. It's not as simple as I think people make it out to be sometimes. I'm sure it was a difficult decision for people. It is also unbelievably expensive. So if we're going to put that burden on taxpayers need to have a say-so in the process, because then they can never say, we didn't have a voice. So, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
I think the question is, what would it take to go that route again? I'm not sure that I would ever get to the point where I would want reversion for the city. When I moved here, I believed it was a done deal, that we were reverting, that the decision had already been made. And as time went along, suddenly the state legislature is saying, no, you have to have a referendum. And I like that idea. I always want, people may not have showed up at the meetings, but they would show up to vote. And I had a lot of issues with the effort that was made to make that referendum go away. We took it to the Virginia Supreme Court. I understand we lobbied at the legislature, at the state level. I've tried to find out how much money was spent trying to make sure that referendum didn't happen, and I haven't been able to find those numbers. But someone tries to take away my voice, and sorry. My husband gave me my voice. My husband's death gave me my rights. Every time I vote, I think of his sacrifice, and it means something to me. So when a legislature, any legislature, tries to silence me or silence my vote, I'm going to fight against that. It's one reason I'm up here tonight. So I will always ask the citizens of Martinsville what they want, and if a referendum is needed on a reversion or whether school board members should be elected, I will always turn to the citizens first because their vote matters much more than a council member's vote.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Bell.
Okay, so I would say this and be very short. You learn from your past. I think reversion was just a learning experience for council members and the citizens. So I think that you learn from your past on reversion, and as of right now, would I ever go back down if elected to council to reversion? Probably not, simply because we have great administration, great city manager, great directors, and they have been moving Martinsville in a great direction. So that's all I have for reversion.
Thank you, Mr. Gravel. Mr. Wilson.
All right, let's see. Now, I was here all in the 80s and 90s, and work took me down to Florida for 21 years. Retired and came back home. And I got here, reversion had already been dealt with. I didn't know that much about it. I tried to do homework on it and research about it. And I'm glad we didn't do it. I don't think it would have been a good thing for the city. I don't see why we should, let me rephrase it. If we'd have gone down the path of reversion, money we get for lots of things, schools, projects, different things, we'd have to split it with the county would get it, then tell us, okay, now here's what you get, and so forth. And I like the fact that as a city, we can make our own decisions. If it ever does come back, yeah, I want to see it put before the citizens, let them vote on it whether or not they want to do it. As Lanita was saying, that's the best way to do anything. Let the citizens make the decision if they want reversion, yes or no. I will say that no more than I know about reversion, and it's not very much, but if we had a reverted, the county just raised their taxes on the real estate. It was a whole lot more than what we raised here in the city. Well, we would have had to been part of that. So in that respect, I'm glad we didn't go down the path of reversion. But again, if it comes up again, I want it to be before the citizens of the city of Martinsville. Let them make up their mind. I trust them more than us, so to speak. Let the citizens tell us what they want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We'll take another quick commercial break. Thank our sponsors. We'll be back with question 8. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
When you say delicious food, I say Corner Kitchen. When you say fun, I say Corner Kitchen. When I say corner, you say kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen, East Main Street, Martinsville.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
Martinsville Eye Care Center, we've always believed in the power of community. For years, we've proudly supported local organizations like Boys and Girls Club, United Way, YMCA, Smart Beginnings, and the American Red Cross, and many others. Our community goes beyond just eye care. It's about caring for our community. Martinsville Eye Care Center, 1099 Brookdale Street, Martinsville, Virginia.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Starver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems with the use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. Going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb. Again, thanks to all of our sponsors for helping us out tonight, and we're on our 8th and final question, and that's going to be kicked off to Miss Julian May. Over the past years, the city has had its ups and downs with its relationship with Henry County. How would you assess where we are, and what would you do as a member of City Council to maintain or even improve the relationship with Henry County?
All right, look, I can't believe I grew up here and lived here for 18 years, then went off to college, lived in Manhattan for a long time, lived all over the place, and then came back here. I never grew up feeling this gigantic wedge between the city and the county. It really was news to me when I moved back here, and there was, and I think a lot of it had to do with reversion, and I get it, but I never personally felt this great animosity between the city and the county, and I view them the same as I do my neighbors on my street. I have a judge on one side of me, so I'm really cautious about my relationship with that neighbor. I don't want to take her off. We're really tight. We both love cats. Maybe I love cats maybe a little too much. I love cats.
That's
anyway,
another story.
Going on a tangent. I don't have this sense that we have this horrific relationship with them. I think we're partners on many projects. We're going to have revenue. We have revenue sharing agreements. There are neighbors. They also are all around us. I mean, I don't think it's smart to be always fighting with your neighbors. A lot of this stuff happened that I think created a lot of this animosity before I moved back here in 2014, but with the exception of the most recent reversion attempt. No, we need to be friends and partners, but not, there's a lawsuit currently underway between the city and the county, but I want to specify it's not with the county, it's with the Public Service Authority of the county. And there's a argument as to whether or not the current agreement is equitable and if the city's getting a fair deal for treating the majority of the county's sewer water. Again, learn more about that when we get in. I think the way that you have solid, productive relationships with people is that you communicate, you engage with them, and you stay in regular contact. I have so many friends in the county and the city, I sometimes don't know who lives where. I don't really care. I'm not like a hard line. Martinsville is this trapezoid with that little blob at the bottom from the annex. And everything outside of it, I have no idea what's going on. I mean, during any given day, I am in Martinsville City, in all of its neighborhoods, Bassett, Fieldale, Collinsville, Axton, Chatmaws, Horse Pasture, just all the time. We do have our own separate structures and organizations, but I don't see any point in having a contentious relationship with one another. Our destinies are united. Period. Full stop. Done.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hurley.
I absolutely believe we can and should work with the county. As I mentioned before, I believe our police departments and the sheriff's department share resources. I think we can do that with the schools. I think we can do that with our constitutional offices. I would absolutely love to see a registrar's office that isn't hidden in the back of the municipal building that you've got to go through this maze to find. It should be so much easier to go register to vote than having to go look for this little office that's. I've had to show several people where to find it, and I would love to have that registrar's office. And it seems like the perfect constitutional office that we could share. It doesn't mean you wouldn't have two registrars, but they could share resources. You'd have a registrar for the city, you'd have a registrar for the county. Maybe they share the same building or the same office. Maybe they find different ways to help each other get people registered to vote. Just working together. They are our neighbors. In my case, it's my In my case, it's my family. All of my family still lives in the county. I'm a county girl, even though I live in the city now, and I love the city too. And to be quite honest, when we go to events, most of the people there are county. So I do hope we can rebuild that relationship. And but because of reversion, a lot of people don't trust us. They know that it was something that was forced on them, and they don't have a choice in it, and they're worried that it will happen again.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Graham.
All right, so I think we should have a pretty good relationship with the county. Again, we're so close beside each other. I don't know if the current council do it now, but just the fact of getting together, communication, getting together, having conversations. Hey, how are y'all doing in the city? How are you doing in the county? What is it that we can do to help one another? I made the statement in one of the forums. I made the statement now. I don't get it twisted. I don't want it to be that if something's going on in the county, that we get so close where it's going to, affect us, especially like financial-wise, and the same thing for the city, getting so close in partnership with the county that we start affecting one another, even though we're still so close. But I think the ultimate goal is to sit down and having conversations and getting an understanding of the leaders and how they see the future of both the city and the county. So I will say that most of my family's in the county. So it's just, I think, having a relationship and just communication with one another and just open like I said, a simple conversation at a table, at the city hall or at the, I don't know what the building's called, at the board of supervisors building, and just talking things out, working things out, and going from there.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Mr. Wilson.
Okay, I'll echo what was said. I'm not sure by who, but when I moved back here a couple of years back, and even when I was here in the 80s and 90s, I never saw or witnessed any animosity, from anybody in the county. I go to several places in the county. I have relatives also that live in the county, and I don't receive or get any animosity toward them. I don't see any of it. Maybe I've got blinders on or something, I don't know, but I go shop at places in the county. They don't look at me like, oh Lord, here comes that guy from the city. They're welcome just at any place else, and we need to get along with all of our neighbors in the county. There's no reason to have any ill wind toward anybody. Things come up, as stated, you sit down, you talk about them, you work it out, you come to an agreement. That's what you're supposed to do as adults. You don't fuss and fight and carry on. That's what the children do. And we don't need to do that. We can sit down and take care of our business honestly and fairly and cordially. So again, I don't see any reason why we cannot get along with our neighbors in the county.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Lawson.
Well, I completely agree. I don't know where this thought of animosity comes from. I have a wonderful relationship with members of the Henry County Board of Supervisors, their county administrator. I just don't know where that comes from, but I do hear it. You know, if you live in the city and somebody lives in the county, we're still neighbors. You know, we still need to work well with one another. I worship with people who live in the county. I work with people who live in the county. I mean, you know, it's just part of life. You know, this imaginary, well, it's not imaginary, but the line that separates the city from the county, you know, it's just a line on a map. You know, it doesn't define who we are. We are friends, we're neighbors, we're colleagues. As an example, when the county wanted to buy the land where Commonwealth Crossing currently sits, they needed the city's help to do that because they needed our bond rating. And we gladly gave it. And we became partners in that business park out there. That's what you do. You work well with one another because that was a win-win for our community. That's what you do. Another thing is, as an example, National Night Out this past in August was probably the best attended National Night Out since we started doing them many, many years ago. And it just showed community pride, it showed community spirit, and it was neighbors coming together, it was our law enforcement coming together, and it was a great community event because we are one. I've said this before, what's good for the city is good for the county, and what's good for the county is good for the city. People identify with Martinsville. You don't hear somebody talk about the Henry County Speedway or the Ridgeway Speedway. They talk about the Martinsville Speedway. So people identify with Martinsville, and we have to be, you know, open, friendly. You know, we have to show that we are who we are, and we are good neighbors, we're good friends, and I just don't see the animosity that some people seem to think that we have.
Thank you, ma'am. Any rebuttal on any of that?
I have a rebuttal.
Yes, ma'am. You'll have 1 minute.
Well, I know exactly what has caused the, I wouldn't say it's animosity, is they don't trust our government. It's not a matter of citizens not trusting citizens. It's a matter of the people in the county, and I have had many of them ask me about reversion. I mean, you talk about reversion, you go back, it's not 2018, it goes back to 2001. This is the closest we've ever come to reversion. But it is something that was going to be forced on them. It was going to make their taxes go up higher. It was, and nobody likes to be forced. So it's not a matter of animosity. I mean, nobody's going to go in the store and say, "Oh, you're a city person." No, it's about not. It's about not trusting that our government isn't going to take reversion again and force that on them. And if you're a citizen of the county, you don't want your taxes to go up because of something being forced on you. So it's a matter of earning our trust, earning the trust again.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Anybody else like to rebuttal that?
It's not a rebuttal, but I just want to do a supplementary kind of thing about this.
1 minute.
Thank you. I won't need it that much. I can't tell you how many people told me that they didn't want in the county, that there was some huge football game from the 60s or something that a lot of people were still angry about. And I was like, what? Like, I don't want to be a bulldog or my kids to be bulldogs, and I don't want to be a Bengal and all this other stuff. And I was like, I'm totally like not, I don't know, I might just be too young. But my point, and it's not funny, it is a little funny, but there's a generational thing that's an aspect of this. And I think one of the reasons that I don't feel it as strongly, and maybe Rayshawn and John, who was gone for a period of time, maybe don't feel it, is because I think over time we have kind of homogenized a little bit, at least in our spirit with one another. As Kathy said, Martinsville, when people say, we're going to Martinsville, they're not talking about the trapezoid with the little blob at the bottom. They're talking about all of it. So I don't know. I think if we have that kind of attitude, we'll be friends for life.
Anyone else like to rebuttal?
I like Julian's word, homogenized. I have an excellent working relationship with Jim Adams, who's chairman of the Henry County Board of Supervisors. And I can have an honest and sincere conversation with him, and he can have the same with me. And I think that's important in, intergovernmental relationships. that you were able to have those type of conversations and be honest with one another. And, so reversion is in the past. We have to move forward to the future. We can't live in our past. We have to move forward.
We're going to take another quick commercial break. Thanks for tuning in. Again, thank our sponsors. I want to thank Autos by Nelson. I also want to thank Sarver Property and Martinsville Eyesight and Corner Kitchen, who is going to cater a meal for us after this debate. Stay tuned. We're going to come back with the closing remarks from all of our candidates.
At Autos by Nelson, we value our customers. So we sat them down to get their double take.
I've been a customer just for a few months. I'm a new customer, in fact. Ordered straight from the factory. So we on a computer, and we started from scratch, built from the color up, interior, wheels, the rims, built everything to my satisfaction. A lot of stuff right here was new to me, and we placed the order in about 2-3 months. The vehicle's delivered. I would highly recommend Nelson to a friend or a family member.
Elevate your community engagement with BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week. Are you looking to make a meaningful impact in your community? Join BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week, the premier platform for high school football in Southside Virginia. Every Friday night, we bring the excitement of local high school sports directly to your screens via live TV, Facebook, YouTube, and live stream. By supporting BTW 21, you're not only promoting our local high schools, but also investing in a trusted community staple. With sponsorship opportunities starting at just $500, you can showcase your commitment to our youth and the future of our community. Don't be misled by other offers. Join the original and the most trusted Piedmont District Game of the Week. BTW 21 TV, your neighborhood's voice in high school sports. Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
Martinsville Eye Care Center, we've always believed in the power of community. For years, we've proudly supported local organizations like Boys and Girls Club, United Way, YMCA, Smart Beginnings, and the American Red Cross, and many others. Our community goes beyond just eye care. It's about caring for our community. Martinsville Eye Care Center, 1099 Brookdale Street, Martinsville, Virginia.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Sarver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year, and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
When you say delicious food, I say Corner Kitchen. When you say fun, I say Corner Kitchen. When I say corner, you say kitchen. Corner, kitchen. Corner, kitchen. Corner Kitchen, East Main Street, Martinsville.
Thanks for tuning in to BTW 21. We're having our closing remarks here at our debate with BTW 21. And we'll give everybody, I think 2 minutes should be sufficient. And we'll get started with you, Ms. Hurlum, when your closing remarks.
First, I'd like to say thank you for having us. It's been quite an experience doing all of the forums, and I've learned a lot from them. So thank you for your efforts towards putting all of this together. I think this is our last one.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, somebody might come next week and say yes. But we'll do it. We'll all be willing to do it. So I've learned a lot from them, and Probably the most enjoyable part of this campaign, since this might be my last time to speak about it, I have thoroughly enjoyed knocking on doors and meeting everyone. Everyone who took time to talk to me and about issues they have or concerns they have, I have thoroughly enjoyed talking to you. I hope that you will consider voting for me, and if there's anything else, questions or concerns, and I haven't knocked on your door yet, I'm trying to get to all of them, I really am. I have an email address, lanita.hurlum@yahoo.com, and I also have a campaign phone number that you can reach me at. It's 276-634-7977. Please reach out to me if you have any questions or concerns, and please vote for me.
Thank you, Ms. Hurlum. Mr. Gravel.
All right, first, we'd like to say thank Mr. Chad and his staff and BTW 21 for having us tonight. This has been a great experience. I love Martinsville. I love the people here. I will leave you with this. I am a man of the people, a man that's going to serve the people. So I solicit your vote on November 5th, 2024, Rayshawn O. Gravely. I think I'm third on the ballot. So I look forward to continue to work with the city of Martinsville, the staff, administration, and most of all, the citizens, because I am for you. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson.
Well, again, I'd like to also thank you, Chad, for having us, and the forum, debate, whatever you want to call it. This was very nice. I enjoyed it, so to speak. This is winding down toward the election, and I will ask you to please vote for me. I will do as good a job as I can. I promise to do as good a job as I can for you. I want to keep Martinsville going forward. I want us to be focused on our future. I've got business experience. I want to see Martinsville continue to grow, continue to move forward. We've got a beautiful city, beautiful, great citizens. I'm ready to help. I want to help, and I want to do the best I can. Please vote for me, John R. Wilson. I'm not sure where I am on the ballot. I think I was told at one time I was number one. So I'm number one. Please vote for me on November 5th, and I surely appreciate it. And as Lanita was stating, I was very apprehensive about going and knocking on doors. I wasn't sure if that was something I could handle, but I have had a blast at it. I mean, it's just, I have met a lot of wonderful people. Mr. Jackson over on Middle Street and Freight Train on, I believe it was Jackson. And I mean, just a lot of wonderful people I've met everywhere. It's just been great. I love their comments. And people are enthused. They want Martinsville to move forward. They're as happy as we are to try to help us keep moving forward, and I want to be there to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Lawson.
Yes, Chad, thank you very much for hosting this evening. It is our fourth one, so we're winding down now. It has been an honor and a privilege for me to have the opportunity to serve our citizens in Martinsville and our businesses, to be a voice for those sometimes who didn't feel that they were being heard. It is truly an honor. It is not something that I take lightly. We have a momentum going on here in the city. We have a lot of things that are progressing, that is moving our city forward. I would like the opportunity to continue to move in the right direction, to bring things forward within our city. It's great to get out in the community and meet people, and we have wonderful people in our city, and people just, some people just don't understand all the different people, the different backgrounds. You learn so much when you're in a neighborhood talking with someone or visiting someone at their church and learning about, you know, how they worship, and it might be different from how you worship. And it's just a rewarding experience to be able to represent the citizens of Martinsville, to work with our businesses, you know, our county folks as well. And if given the opportunity by the voters of this city, I will continue to serve with integrity, honesty, and will do everything that I can to move Martinsville forward and to greater things. And I mean, we're great now, but we can be greater. But Kathy Lawson, November the 5th, we appreciate your vote.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Mr. Mayor.
That just sounded like a broken record. Thank you, Chad, for having us, and I smell food in the back. I can't wait to eat it. Thank you for the food. This has been overwhelming. I didn't anticipate it to be this much work, but it's been incredibly rewarding. I mean, I knew it would be a lot of work, but the level of engagement, and I don't mean overwhelming in a bad way. I have met so many people that I knew before but didn't know well, people I didn't know, seen so many aspects of different people's lives that I haven't experienced myself, and the incredible honesty that people have demonstrated and their kindness. And well, I don't think I've heard one negative thing said to me on all the door knocking and going around. I mean, I still have a couple doors to knock on, so there's still a chance. But one of the things that we all did, and there's one, maybe that's the reason why nobody's strangled each other up here or asked a difficult question. We all kind of agreed in the beginning that we wouldn't be vicious and nasty to each other. It's been a little trying at times because of behavior of others, not sitting here. But I think for the most part, since this is the last forum, I think we can all say that we made this through with dignity, and the choice is now in the hands of voters. I would say to just look at the candidates and go back and look at the forums and look at people's answers and try to decide who you think is the best steward of your future. No one's going to do a perfect job, but we sure will give our absolute best, and we're all in it for the same reason, and that's the betterment and the future of Martinsville, the city, of Martinsville, Virginia. So I look forward to serving you if you will vote for me on November 5th, 2024. Thank you.
And I'd like to thank all of our candidates for coming out. I know it's been a long journey getting to Election Day. And again, best of luck to all of you. And again, really thank all of our sponsors for making this possible. And I would like to say I've been a part of many elections. BTW has been here for 24 years. And I will say this has been the straightforward, cleanest, probably election I have ever had to host. So kudos to everybody for communicating before running and making a pact to run a clean election. So I thank you for that, and best of luck to everyone. So again, thanks to all of our sponsors and all of our viewers. I hope you've enjoyed our forum/debate, and I want you to stay tuned because there's more great local programming coming up next.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Starver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year, and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
Martinsville Eye Care Center, we've always believed in the power of community. For years, we've proudly supported local organizations like Boys and Girls Club, United Way, YMCA, Smart Beginnings, and the American Red Cross, and many others. Our community goes beyond just eye care. It's about caring for our community. Martinsville Eye Care Center, 1099 Brookdale Street, Martinsville, Virginia.
When you say delicious food, I say Corner Kitchen. When you say fun, I say Corner Kitchen. When I say corner, you say kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen. Corner Kitchen, East Main Street, Martinsville.
Can I help you?
Oh, I was just hunting for my wife's birthday gift.
Okay. Well, this pre-owned Fusion has all the bells and whistles for a great price.
I think it'll do just fine.
Autos by Nelson. Stop by any of our dealerships today or visit us online.
Still thinking about your next step? As a Patrick and Henry Community College Patriot, you'll enhance your knowledge, strengthen your body, expand your creativity, serve your community, and feel supported as a member of the family in a place where you belong. Take your next step by contacting an advisor. Call 276-656-5482 or visit us online today to take your next step.
And we'd like to thank you for tuning in to BTW 21, your neighborhood network. I'm Chad Hall, host of the program. Again, everybody knows it's election year, both with the presidency and also city council and board of supervisors. BTW is going to be doing some one-on-one with all the candidates for the board of supervisors and also live debate, and we'll also be covering the election. Joining me now is Mr. John Wilson, who is running for one of the seats. And John, it's always good to have you on the program.
Good to meet you, Chad.
Good to have you. Thanks for coming. I kind of want to get started, John, to let folks just kind of know a little bit about you and kind of break the ice. Who is John Wilson?
All right, John Wilson is, I lived here in Martinsville back in the late 80s, all through the 90s, and took me down to Florida for 21 years. I worked for Nolan Company here in town. I was a plant rep over at DuPont, watched it close down, and then worked outside sales for them for a while. I met my wife. I'm from Greensboro originally, and she's from the Grassy Creek area here. We got married. And we have 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls. We have 7 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren. Enjoyed my work in Florida. We took care of a contractor for NASA. We purchased for the Air Force and NASA. We took care of Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, Patrick Air Force Base, and our largest customer was an air station off the coast of North Africa. And we purchased everything but food and armaments for them. Anything, if you can stand up and go in a circle, if you put your eyes on it, we purchased it. I purchased fire trucks, ambulances, bulldozers, forklifts, trucks, cars, computers, refrigerators, stuff, whatever they needed, that's what we took care of. We had the contract, like I said, there for 21 years. I retired, we came back home. We still have the contract. They still call me now and then for certain things to inquire about. I'm a U.S. Army veteran.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, thank you. I've got a degree in business. I don't know much more to say, except I know some folks don't want to hear I'm a good old North Carolina boy, so I'm a Tar Heel fan. I love the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, hey, to be the Tar Heel fan, that might not be the one you should say on the campaign trail.
Well, I don't know. As I've gone door to door knocking, I wear a Tar Heel hat a lot, and I've had a lot of folks tell me that that's a good thing, and then I've had folks tell me right quick that they're either a Tech fan or a Cavalier fan.
That's very true around here.
Or a Duke fan. And,
a lot of Duke fans, yeah.
Well, I tell them I'm sorry, but I'm a Tar Heel man.
Nothing wrong with that. Well, sound like you got a great family and life has been really busy for you.
Family is just wonderful. Once we decided to retire from work, came back home. This is where the children and grandchildren are and the great-grandchildren now. And
sure.
So we wanted to be home, be closer to them, so that's why we came back. And I saw Martinsville, like I said, in the late 80s and 90s when we were, quote, booming, and then everything went away. And we were coming home, pretty regularly. Every couple of years we'd come home, and I could see the changes in Martinsville, how it went down a bit. It's come back. We're in a good spot now. We're doing really good. A lot of things with the council is what they're proposing, what's going on. It's a good thing. The city's going in the right direction, and I like that. Mm-hmm. I found out that there were going to be some open seats, and I made a comment to somebody, well, I wouldn't mind being on council, giving it a shot. And the next thing I knew, they were telling me, well, here, you need to go down here and get the paperwork, get signed up. And so I did, and I got the 125 names, on the petition to get on the ballot. And the rest is history. I'm running. I'm trying my best.
Well, we appreciate you being interested in helping the city of Martinsville, because I think, as you know, and we've had many people on the show, the city is in need of some help.
We do. Like I said, we're going in the right direction. There have been some side steps here and there, and I'd like to continue to go forward, get us focused, so forth, and just keep going in the right direction.
Well, if elected, one of my questions here for you, John, is, if you are elected, what would be one of your major goals for the city of council?
Right now, simply because we all know we've had some issues with our infrastructure, mm-hmm. and water mainly, so I would focus on trying to be a little more proactive with our infrastructure. We've got to, if we're going to attract business, mm-hmm. and we want them to come and see that Martinsville's the place we want them. We've got a great workforce and everything. The people here are great. It's a great community. If our infrastructure can't support it, because we're having issues, breakdowns, water lines, utilities, this, that, and the other, that's not going to help us. That's going to put us in a bad light. So I think we need to concentrate on getting our infrastructure in a good place. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to say they've neglected it. They haven't. It's been taken care of as need be. Well, now I think we need to be a little more proactive and try to put a plan in place to be more proactive. Put some stuff aside, get some funding and so forth. Our water system I'm a little worried about, because like I said, most of it's pretty old. It's put back in the 60s and so forth, so it's got some age to it, and once something breaks down, it can be a major concern. So, and our utilities, AMP Ohio is what the city signed on to do. I don't know all the ins and outs of the AMP Ohio deal.
I don't think anyone does.
I agree. I mean, the only thing my concern is, and I may not say this the right way, but they signed a 40-year agreement. I felt when I had a mortgage and it's 30 years, that's a lot to me. So 40 years with one company, and we're sort of locked in. Like I said, I don't know all the ins and outs, so I'm not sure if that's what I would have done. Mm-hmm. I think I would have tried to, I don't know, like I said, I don't know, so I don't want to say what I don't know. And there may be a reason why it was done for 40 years, and that's something I'll find out when I get in there.
Well, there's also talks about capacitors and generators and things in the city side as well that's 50 years old.
That's why we have surges now and then. Mm-hmm. And then when something happens, in a business, you have a surge, power may only go off for 30, 40 seconds and come right back on, or even 10 seconds. But there's an issue somewhere in a lot of business. I know it sounds just silly to people. You'll lose light bulbs, this, that, and the other.
In the TV business, you can lose a lot.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I can imagine with all this equipment you've
got. We
got.
hate surges.
And to any business, when that happens, okay, so you got to be, all right, lost a light bulb here, I've lost a surge protector or whatever. You got to replace it, but if it's going out throughout the city and it's a big business, I've been in like our warehouse down in Florida when we'd have surges, the big lights out in the warehouse, they pop, boom. Well, that was $79 a bulb.
Woo.
And
adds up quickly.
When you got 44 of them in the warehouse and you lose 6 or 7, say weekly, yeah, that's a lot of money. And that's just one business. So, you know, I mean, we have to be a little more proactive, be more concerned, because everything is going to depend on what you can and cannot do once you plug something in the wall. It's just that simple. I don't care if it's a computer, telephone, TV, whatever it is. If you don't have good, clean power, you're out of your luck. I'd like to see the city do a little more in the way of what can, I know years ago the hydro plant produced, I think, 7 to 8% of the power, and I'm not sure how much it produces now. Maybe that's something we could look at increasing how we use, you know, can we get more out of it, maybe 12, 15%. That would help the city a little bit. I don't know, I know nobody wants to talk about solar. I don't see a big issue with it, but even wind, if we could put wind power in some capacity, would, you know, something in some way. Anyway, anything we can do to help cut our cost, that's just money back in our pocket. We don't have a huge tax base, and we've lost a lot of it. We're getting some back, so, you know, whatever we can do to save us money is a good thing.
Most people are not really talking about reversion during this election, which is probably good for everybody, even me having to host this show. You know, my thing is, and I like to ask all the candidates this, instead of looking at reversion or trying to figure that out, why not just figure out how to make more money so the city can stand by itself?
Well, I agree. Now, I have to be honest, reversion all happened before I got back here. I don't know much about it. I will say that what I do know of it and so forth and talking to folks, I would not have been a big fan of it. I don't know where it would have saved us that much money. We'd have lost our voice as a city. We'd had to do away with our charter and so forth. And I just don't think that's good for Martinsville. But I do agree that there's things we've got to look at to try to save money. And the only thing on reversion that I would look at doing is maybe combining the schools. We've lost a lot of our young folks, and we don't have the younger population we used to. I'd like to see it come back.
Sure.
You know, I'd love for the city to get some more business in. People come in more and more. Our population has grown, like, I think by like 2,400 in the last couple of years, which is great.
It is.
I'd like to see that happen every year. I don't want us to be as big as Greensboro or anything like that, but I would like to see us get, you know, like 25,000, 30,000 people here. I think it would be great for Martinsville.
Well, talking about businesses, Martinsville's only so big.
Right.
So you're don't you feel you're kind of limited or handcuffed to bring in bigger companies? No. You just don't have the space.
Well, we do and we don't. There's a lot of space, empty buildings here in Martinsville. Now, some of them I know they have issues because they were built back in the 50s, 60s, and so forth.
Sure.
So when you bring a new business in and you're showing them what we already have existing, they've got to make the determination, do we want to take this building and remodel it, refurbish it for our use? Do we want to find land somewhere, build a new facility? Again, the city's got to help with that. You know, if a lot of these old buildings, if it means tearing them down to have a big open space for some big business that wants to come in, great. But also, some of those buildings can be refurbished for other uses. You know, plenty of businesses can use some of the facilities that are here. Now, I don't know all the ends. I don't know all the grants and programs that the city has, but I do feel we've got a lot of opportunity here, or empty facilities that can be used for anybody that wants to use them any way they see fit, as long as it's within the council, what's the words I'm looking for? You know, we have rules and regulations.
Sure.
We have to go
by. Got to be in the parameters
of everything.
Yeah.
And But I mean, there are some spaces here in town that you can put a business on if you want. And again, like I said, if it comes to where, okay, business comes in and says, we're willing to do this and put this facility in and employ these many people, but we can't use that building. City needs to sit down with them and say, okay, let's come up with a plan. We'll demolish it and get rid of it, as long as you agree to come and build and employ so many people. I don't know if that would be like, again, because I don't know the inner workings, if there's some kind of like tax break, this, that, and the other. Is there money that can be set aside or brought in to help get rid of the old structure, bring it up to snuff so they can put what they want up? But to me, that's one thing we've got to do as a city. If we want to help ourselves, we've got to get some new business here. We've got to bring and make more of an energetic economic impact to bring new business in. Because if we can get new business in, whether it's big or small, if you bring one company in that employs 500 or 10 companies that employ 25 people, you know, if it's 25, you're going to end up with whatever it is, 400, 500 people working. If it's a big company and they got 500 people, hopefully most of the workforce will come from the city of Martinsville. Some of it's going to come from the county and surrounding areas, but they're still going to be in the city working. We've got a tax base now. I mean, we've added to the tax base. They're getting a salary, so they're in town buying groceries, gas, this, that, and the other. So again, our tax base we're getting the rewards from that. We can do everything we can to keep the taxes low. The city doesn't set the taxes, that's the Commissioner of Revenue, but as a council, we can do all we can to try to keep the taxes as low as we can, but we've got to meet our physical needs for the city. We've got to pay the salaries of the workers, the police force, sheriff, firemen, everybody else, you know. So it's real easy. Oh, well, let's just cut taxes. Well, you cut them, then you don't bring in but X amount. Now, what are you going to do? You're going to cut your police force, your firemen, this, that, and the other. No, we want to try to keep all our services where they are because, I mean, like it or not, just like if we do lose power here, most of the time, in my opinion, most of the time, 90%, 95%, it's back on quickly. I mean, it's not, oh, you're going to be out a day and a half, 3 days, this, that, and the other. The folks down there with the utility board, they
do a good job.
They do.
They
really do. So that's why I say, you know, if we can get some new business in here, and bring businesses back as best we can, the right way, get the right business in, you know, okay, let's do it. Let's look at it. I know in the past there were times where certain businesses wanted to come in and for whatever reason, I don't know, the council decided, no, we don't want them here, let's don't bring them in, we're not going to offer them anything, blah, blah, blah. And we lost out on some, and it left a bad taste in some businesses' mouth. We've gotten past that. We're going in the right direction. And things are happening, and I'd like to see them keep going in the right direction.
Right. Well, you've kind of answered this question, but I want to let you go a little deeper on it here. Tell me some strengths that you feel like you'd bring to the table, and with them, what you would love to see accomplished in 1 year in City Council as a whole.
All right, as a whole, well.
The infrastructure, I see you've got that down pat.
Well, it's big. It's going to be big for all of us. Mm-hmm. You know, not just bringing in new business, but it's big for everybody in the city. I would like to see us do something housing. You know, housing is astronomical. It's out of reach for most people.
It's horrible.
It is. Now, again, like you say, we don't have, our city limits is there. There's not much we can do. We're building the homes for the elderly, the new apartment complex over off of, what's that, Aaron Street. They just did the loft down there on Fayette, and that looks so nice.
Really nice.
It is. That is really nice, and that's great.
Well, that was something I was going to say. Everything can't be historic and be saved either.
Right. No, it can't. It can't. You know, again, you're talking about, in some cases, you have a historical facility. As long as you can get the funding and you agree to do it, do the upgrades needed and so forth, you can keep that and get the historical
credits
and designation. Yep. Sometimes it's just cost prohibitive. You know, you look at a facility and go, okay, we bought it for this, we're going to have to spend 20 times what it cost us, then you've got to make a decision what you want to do. Once you commit to it, you got to see it through. But again, going back, I think housing is something we've got to look at. If we want to attract businesses, if they come, like it or not, there's not much new development here as far as homes and apartments and so forth go. So what are we going to offer them if they, most businesses, when they bring their people in, they decide to come here, they're going to send an advanced team in, managers and so forth. Or they're going to want a place to live. Do you want them to buy a home that was built back in 1960s, 1970s? Can you show them something new? Or, you know what I'm saying? So we've got to look at all that. We've got to get some of the eyesores out of the way. We've got to see to it as a city, what can we offer to bring business in? Apartments, townhouses, homes, whatever. We've got to show them that we've got what you need to come here. Not everything has to start from scratch.
Sure.
We just want you to build, put your facility here, and we've got places for you to live, and we've got restaurants, we've got grocery stores, different things. We've got beautiful parks.
We do.
And so we've got a lot to offer anybody that wants to come to Martinsville. I said it a lot. I've had folks laugh at me, and I don't really care. Martinsville to me is the closest thing to a true life Mayberry out there. I've lived in Greensboro, Charlotte. We lived in several cities in Florida because of work. There's no place like Martinsville. You come here, it's just good folks. They greet you, they say hello to you when you go to the grocery store, the dry cleaners, gas station, whatever. Wherever you go, people are not afraid to speak and say hello, how you doing, what's going on. You go to a restaurant here, I don't care where it is. Waiters and waitresses don't come up and give you the, what do you want tonight? This one. You're in Martinsville, it's like, as small as we are, most times you walk in a restaurant, you'll see someone or someone who works there. And it makes a difference. It's just a good place to be. It's good people, friendly, courteous. It's like it was, as we all say, when we were growing up. Mm-hmm. I mean, Greensboro, when I was a young fella back in the 60s and 70s, and I know I'm showing my age, it was, one of its little things was it was the greatest little big city in North Carolina. We were big, but you never knew it because it was very neighborhood oriented, And we missed that when we were in Florida. We couldn't wait to come back here and be around just good folks who, neighbor wants to help neighbor. You walk outside, your neighbor will talk to you and carry on. Down there in Florida, we had neighbors in front and on each side. The most you could get is a wave now and then. They didn't want to, I don't know why, they just didn't want to talk and be neighborly.
Right.
But that's the good thing about Martinsville. It's just good folks. They want to take care of one another. We want to do all we can for ourselves. Everybody wants to see the city succeed. I don't have anybody coming up and going, oh, I don't want to do nothing. I don't care what happens here. No. Everybody wants to see us succeed and move forward. And I want to be a part of it.
Well, and we're glad that you do. and it's, again, I think we've had some candidates say this. If I come to Martinsville and I start a company with 500 people and I bring my crew in, but they're living in Greensboro and in Roanoke, I think a lot of people...
That hurts us.
It does. It hurts us. How important do you feel that is that, even for yourself, you can't run for city council unless you're invested by living in the city?
Yes.
Don't you feel that's kind of the same thing with businesses? If they come and put their business, they ought to want to live in the same city their business is.
Of course, and again, that's why we've got to do something. And again, I'll go back. We've got a lot of facilities that are empty. Now, you can't tear them all down, I understand that. But there has to be a way, a plan in place, something we can come up with to create, I'm trying to think of the term, but you can go in and remodel, put apartments and all in some of the empty facilities, make them nice. You can put X amount of apartments or townhouses, whatever, on one end here and one end here, and in the middle, maybe you've got a couple of restaurants or a coffee shop, like, you know what I'm saying, something so that you've got a big building, it's a warehouse, or at one time it was a furniture plant, whatever it was, a knitting facility. You can do you can make it work again. The building's still viable. I don't know, I like the retirement apartments and all they're building. That's a great concept. Can we do it somewhere else here in the city too? So like say when business come, we can say, yeah, well, you've got this facility here and this facility here, blah, blah, blah. And nothing's wrong with our existing homes here. They're beautiful. That's what makes Martinsville even better is you ride through the city, you will see, when you do see a home for sale, you look at it and go, wow, yeah, I remember that from back in the day. That was Mr. So-and-so's place. They're beautiful homes. There's nothing wrong with them. Again, you buy them, you might have to do a little update on them because, you know, replace some cabinets, redo the, you know, upgrade the bathroom.
Radiators.
Right, yeah.
They got to go.
I've got a friend, and he's got radiator heat, and he has told me, he said, John, I got one I can't use because I'm missing a part, and he said, I've scoured the internet, scoured the world trying to find this one piece, and I said, I just can't find it. But, you know, again, housing is a big issue I think we need to tackle because how are we going to take care of our community? And it's a diverse community. How are we going to take care of it if they're having to live out in the county, over in Eden, wherever, and coming in here to work? You want them to be here in the city. Make it easy on them. We want, and I hate to say it that way, but this way, but we want to bring them in here so that that money is spent here. It's helping Martinsville, not you're paying rent in Greensboro or Eden or Madison or wherever, and you're working here. You're only going to spend X amount of your paycheck here at lunchtime. The rest of the time you're going home, wherever it is you're living, because you couldn't find a place here. Let's make it so they live here and we're getting as much bang for our buck as we can get.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, John,
I don't know if I said all that right.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Well, John, we've got about 2 minutes left of the show, and I want to give you. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun.
This is true.
Yeah, it's true. I want to give you the opportunity to look into the camera there and tell everybody in the city of Martinsville why they need to vote for you, John.
Well, I would appreciate your vote. Like I said, I've never done anything like this before. I've never run for public office in any way. I want to keep Martinsville going in the direction we're going. I think it's a good direction. I do think there's some things that have been done by members of council that I don't know that I would have gone that way with them, but the council made that decision. I know there are things that people are trying to take credit for, but again, all of city council voted on everything that's being done in the city, so without trying to say anything particular, council votes, so it's whether it's a 3-2 majority of whatever it is, council votes on everything. It's not just one person making something happen. We've all got to work together to help the city of Martinsville, and it's going to take all of us, and I want to be someone that you can count on and know that John's out there looking for our best interests. I want to make sure that we keep the city physically sound. We had a council meeting a couple of weeks back, or maybe it was last week. They were showing that the city itself is in sound financial shape, and that's good. We can do about anything we need to do when we need to do it. We don't have millions in our bank accounts, but we're in good sound shape. We've got good, smart people up there. We've got to use them more. People need to do their job at city council and take care of the city, and therefore take care of the citizens of the city. And I would like the opportunity to be one of those folks that folks can count on and know that John's working hard at everything he can do to help the people and the citizens, the city of Martinsville, and just keep us going and keep us focused on going in the right direction. Don't get buried in the weeds. Let's take care of Martinsville, do the right thing, make sure we're getting all we can for the more bang for our buck. We want to get the most. I don't know what else to say. I just don't.
That sounds good, though. Well, John, thank you for coming on the show, my friend. I appreciate you coming.
I thank you.
And I appreciate you for stepping out of, sounds like a really good life to go back to work if you get elected. So
well, I don't want to just sit around and be one of those that complain, because this should have been, I don't want to be a complainer, I want to be a helper, I want to be a worker and help us. I do, I want to help the city and I want to help the people of Martinsville. We've got a great place, and people need to realize that. We don't need to be going, I want it like it was in the old days. We're not going to go back. We're going forward, and we're going to go forward with our heads held high, and we're going to do good things.
Well, John, I appreciate you running, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we want to thank you for tuning in as well. Again, I'm Chad Hall. Thanks for tuning in to some of our election coverage of our one-on-ones. Want you to stay tuned. There's more great local programming coming up next.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
New College and the community at large. Expand your career opportunities by getting certifications in advanced manufacturing, technology, healthcare industries, and much more. NCI now offers GWO certified training in one of the fastest growing industries, wind energy. You can also earn your degree from one of our partner Virginia universities, all while staying close to home. Get started today and let New College Institute help you achieve your goals.
Hi, I'm Simone Red, President and CEO of Martinsville First Savings Bank. I've been here since August of 2022. We are a mutually owned bank here in Martinsville. We've been here since 1924, and we like your business. We're a part of this community, and we love our community. Martinsville First Savings Bank is located at 25 West Church Street, Martinsville, Virginia, and our phone number is 276-638-8771.
I might have to let it drop. 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 Let it drop.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry, 5 years. We 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
My name is Patrick Sharp. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Gardner, Barrow & Sharp here in Martinsville. If you've been injured in a serious automobile collision or perhaps a minor injury with a rear end collision, we've been handling personal injury cases in the area for almost 50 years. Give us a call for a free evaluation of your case, 276-638-2455.
Elevate your community engagement with BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week. Are you looking to make a meaningful impact in your community? Join BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week, the premier platform for high school football in Southside Virginia. Every Friday night, we bring the excitement of local high school sports directly to your screens via live TV, Facebook, YouTube, and live stream. By supporting BTW 21, you're not only promoting our local high schools, but also investing in a trusted community staple. With sponsorship opportunities starting at just $500, you can showcase your commitment to our youth and the future of our community. Don't be misled by other offers. Join the original and the most trusted Piedmont District Game of the Week. BTW 21 TV, your neighborhood's voice in high school sports.
It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. Going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb.
At Bassett Office Supply, we believe that every school should be a place where students can thrive and learn in style. That's why we're excited to share the transformation of 2 middle schools that we've recently furnished. Over the past year, our dedicated team worked to turn these schools into modern, inspiring environments. Our process starts with listening. We partner closely with our clients to understand their vision. Then, our experts design and deliver customized solutions that bring those visions to life. Bassett Office Supply is here to turn your vision into reality. Our commitment to quality and excellence ensures that every project exceeds expectations. Ready to transform your space? Contact Bassett Office Supply today and let's create something amazing together.
At Sova Family Medicine of Martinsville, our providers, along with their compassionate team, are ready to provide your entire family ages 2 and older with preventative and sick care. There are many services provided such as hypertension, acute illnesses and injuries, annual, school, and sport physicals, diabetes and chronic medical conditions, and so much more. We are now accepting new patients. Our hours are Monday through Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Silver Family Medicine of Martinsville is located at 110 Commonwealth Boulevard West, Martinsville, Virginia. You can call at 276-666-7328 or visit silverphysicians.com/primary care for more information.
At Bassett Office Supply, we believe that every school should be a place where students can thrive and learn in style. That's why we're excited to share the transformation of 2 middle schools that we've recently furnished. Over the past year, our dedicated team worked to turn these schools into modern, inspiring environments. Our process starts with listening. We partner closely with our clients to understand their vision. Then, our experts design and deliver customized solutions that bring those visions to life. Bassett Office Supply is here to turn your vision into reality. Our commitment to quality and excellence ensures that every project exceeds expectations. Ready to transform your space? Contact Bassett Office Supply today and let's create something amazing together.
It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. Going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley-Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
My name is Patrick Sharp. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Gardner, Barrow & Sharp here in Martinsville. If you've been injured in a serious automobile collision or perhaps a minor injury with a rear end collision, we've been handling personal injury cases in the area for almost 50 years. Give us a call for a free evaluation of your case, 276-638-2455.
Are you looking for a fresh cut steak? Stop by the Sirloin House, where we offer hand-cut steaks daily. Enjoy our world-famous sirloin tips or our chicken tips. We also offer fresh seafood and plate lunches that start at $7.99 for a meat and 2. Come see us at 207 South Van Buren Road in Eden, North Carolina, and follow us on Facebook for all our specials. Call us at 336-623-7778 for all your carry-out or catering needs.
Hey, I'm Cindy, the owner and also stylist at True Roots Boudoir. We are located at 4743 Kings Mountain Road. Our phone number is 276-622-2944. We're here for all of your hair care needs. We also take walk-ins and appointments.
And we'd like to thank you for tuning in to BTW 21. I'm Chad Hall, host of the program. And as a lot of you know, we're in the middle of a big election coming up this year, not only presidential, but also with the city council. We're lucky enough to be able to be a part here of the Neighborhood Network, where we will be part of a live debate. And we're also going to bring each candidate into the studios for a 30-minute one-on-one with yours truly here. Starting off, we are going to get started with our first candidate for this program, and that is Miss Julian May. Julian, thanks for coming on the program, my friend.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you having me.
You know, just kind of starting out to kind of work out some of the bugs of being on TV and all the pressure, kind of just tell me a little bit about who is Julian?
Who is Julian? Mm-hmm. It's funny you talked about working out the bugs of being on TV. It's actually not my first time at bat on TV. I'm born and raised here. Okay. Family goes long ways back. I went to Richmond, Virginia to go to college there, got a bachelor's of fine arts, and then little bit of a break after college, just working, and then I moved up to Manhattan to chase a childhood dream of being in the entertainment industry. I always wanted to be in it somehow.
Okay.
And went up there and worked on off Broadway.
Right, okay, off.
About as off as it gets, possibly into the Hudson River.
Okay, that's way off.
Yeah. Well, you know how they say off Broadway? And I mean, yeah, I was off, like way off Broadway. Did some short films, did some commercials. And funny enough, my mother, my brother and I were both extras in Dirty Dancing.
Okay, wow, that's pretty cool.
So yeah, it's fun. I'll point it out sometime. I point out Mom. You can see Mom better than you can see me. Because I was in kindergarten.
Right, okay.
And I'm running around in a goofy little sailor suit that made me wear splashing some kid who threw sand at me. And then the camera pans to the right. You can see my mom in this Jackie O wig. And she turns right before the camera pans past her and goes, cheesed it for the camera. I remember someone saying something to me. I think it was the line producer. I was running around too much, and he was like, "Young man, the camera is that way. Direct all your attention that way." So I've got a little bit of background in it. But all right, so who am I?
What brought you back to Martinsville?
All right, what brought me back to Martinsville? In truth, it's a little sensitive. Might get a little emotional talking about it. So I was having a very busy, full, awesome life up in New York.
Mm-hmm.
I worked at a comedy club for about a little over a decade, and had a very full life up there. My father, who was originally from Italy and immigrated here in, I forget exactly what year it was, but he immigrated to the United States. I forget exactly what year it was, but it was in the late 60s, I believe. It might have been the early 70s. But anyway, he immigrated and had a wife here and a child, my older half-brother, and my mother was also living in California at the time. She had moved out there to be in the entertainment industry. She wanted to be a screenwriter. She actually was on the game show Match Game,
okay,
if you can remember that.
It's
on YouTube. Anyway, she met my dad. They moved to Virginia and got married, raised a family. Anyway, long story short, my dad had, long after they had divorced, had moved to Florida, and he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. And he called me one day in 2014 and told me he was having a little bit of a problem with his health. And I went down there to find that he had stage 4 metastatic, I forget, it's lung cancer, but some carcinoma or something, I forget what it was. And I tried to take care of him as best I could down there in Naples. Excuse me, not Naples. No, wait, yeah, it was Naples. Naples is where all the wealthy retirees live.
I think, yes.
we were not. He was not. We were in a 1-bedroom apartment. And when he bent over one day, he had a t-shirt store that he ran, just a little shop on the beach, you know, with dolphins and frogs and all that stuff. And he bent over one day to pick up a box, and he cracked his vertebrae, and it was from all the radiation, and I realized that I couldn't take care of him down there on my own. He had a lot of friends, but they were like, I mean, they were kind of like drinking buddies. And,
yeah.
Well, one person, there were a couple people in particular that really loved him, but I needed my family, I needed some assistance,
sure.
I needed more, and he was a very proud man. He didn't want anyone to know really that he was falling apart.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I packed him in the car after convincing him we needed to leave. He didn't want to come back here. Not that he hated it, but it wasn't a great divorce.
Sure.
And we drove up to Martinsville, and Nelson Evans had an apartment ready for us. Moved him in, and I took care of him for a year until he passed. I did everything I could to keep him going, but ultimately had to let do what needed to be done.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
that got you back to Martinsville.
Yeah, and then I was going to go back to New York, and Mom had asked me to consider staying.
Of course you did.
At the time, I was working at a fabric company here in Martinsville, Solid Stone Fabrics,
mm-hmm.
and I was working in their art department. Had a lot of big clients. They do a lot of direct to textile printing. It's a big company here. A lot of people have never even heard of it. I mean, many people have, but a lot of people don't know this exists. It's really interesting. I never worked in the fashion industry in the entire time of living in Manhattan, but when I worked at Solid Stone, we had so many clients that were in New York, in LA, because we did digital swimwear printing. You know, I would make the art with other art designers in the company on Photoshop, and then you send it to the printer. They would print it out on this transfer paper, and then they would feed it in against polyspandex fabric, and it would permanently bond itself to this polyspan, and you would have a swimwear print with whatever you wanted on it. And they also make marching band flags and things for other big companies, but I ended up going into real estate, and mom really wanted me to go into the family business. And who wants to go in the family business? I mean, you hear about it your whole childhood. Real estate, real estate, real estate, da 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 da, and it's sort of in one ear and out. And I didn't really honestly think I could do it. I was never really into finance growing up, or anything having to do with like adult stuff.
Yeah.
I was
You didn't want to grow up.
Well, I was the art kid.
Yeah, that's
I was
true.
always the art kid.
Yeah.
But I don't know. My design background in sales, I think, working at the comedy club because I worked in the bar.
Okay.
And they were always pressing upon it. We had high quality, but we had a high caliber clientele. I mean, I waited on the entire cast of The Sopranos, and you know, you had to treat them well, and you had to sell them on lots of liquor.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, I mean,
that wasn't a big sale, I don't think, for those guys.
No.
No.
The bar tab on that bill, I think, was $4,000.
Wow.
I think they tipped me $1,000.
Nice.
I had to share it with a 20-person staff, but I mean, I have good memories of that. Anyway, long story short, I went into family business, stayed here just because I love it here. I also had a weird feeling in the back of my soul that something was coming in New York. When I moved up there, it was just 2 or 3 years after 9/11, and the World Trade Center was still smoldering, and you would go down there and it was like a tomb. Rightly so, it is a graveyard. Several thousand people still, when I got there, unaccounted for. They were still finding cell phones. But there was an energy there and a spirit that was very, very positive, and people really wanted to help each other, and the city was becoming more affluent, not affluent, it was already pretty affluent, but it had had a lot of troubles, and it was doing much better under Bloomberg. And anyway, loved my life there, but there were things happening nationally at the time, a lot of conflicts that were emerging. Don't know if anyone recall, it sounds like it, I mean, ISIS, I don't know if anyone remembers that.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a minute, but I remember it vividly. We had off-duty, well, I shouldn't probably say this, one of them's deceased, so I guess I could say it. We had an off-duty police officer that would work at the comedy club at night for security. And he used to tell us things because he still was in contact with people at the NYPD, especially in anti-terrorism. And he would tell us about plots that they were uncovering. And I remember one day he had told me about a plot about a jihadist faction that was planning, out of London, that was planning to blow up the Holland Tunnel and flood the entire subway system. I just started, it was too much. We were always on, I felt like there was an alert every 5 minutes. I rode the subway all the time. That's how the majority of people there get around. Yeah. It's very expensive to ride in cabs. I don't even want to know what the fare is now, and now with the Ubers. And the subways would stop in the middle of the night. At like 2 in the morning, you'd be on the way home from working, and it would stop, and you'd be underground for 30 minutes. After a while, I was like, I got to get out of here. So this is too much. Lo and behold, put it this way, I am glad I was here when the pandemic started and not there.
Right.
Because countless friends of mine migrated out.
Right.
They're going back, but New York also fell into a period of civil and violent unrest.
Sure.
Became dangerous for a hot second. I think it's getting better from what people have told me, but let's just put it this way. I feel safer here, despite all of the issues that people have here. And safety is kind of a concern for me.
Absolutely.
I mean, I would like to live longer rather than less.
I think we all should say that. Well, you know, you and I actually spoke in my office about, I've actually thought about taking a different trip to New York, and you kind of even emphasized it's probably better now than it was when you were there.
Yeah.
So
don't worry, I'll make the map, and you and your wife go have a good time. And if you want me to come along, I'll come and I'll guide you along a bit, but I'll let you have your personal private time.
Might need some guidance in New York at this time.
It's fun.
Well, speaking of guidance, that's a good way to roll into this.
Yep.
It looks like, in a little bit of essence of everything we've said, that the city of Martinsville may be in need of some guidance. And you're also running for election. My first question I'm going to ask you is, what would be your first goal if you are elected as a council member?
All right, my first goal, primary goal, is one of rising concern, and it has to do with public safety. I would like to, and I'm still working on this, I'm drafting it, I'm editing it, I'm trying to figure out, I'm talking to different people about it, and there's still more people I want to talk to about it because I have a laundry list of people who I've been told are people I should reach out to from previous attempts. I want to resuscitate neighborhood watch programs throughout the city, and if the county wanted to participate too, that'd be great. You still see the signs all over the place here and there, and I'm sure there are people who still meet, but I don't know of a robust, I may be wrong, and if somebody wants to point it out to me, let me know, but I've tried to call around and find out. I do want to do what I can in my way to help resuscitate the neighborhood watch programs and also get the city back into more engagement with the community. They used to have neighborhood community meetings where they would travel throughout various districts, do a tour throughout the day, meet with citizens, go look at things that have been brought to people's attention. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think those are happening right now, and they haven't been happening in a while. And I want to see more interaction and more transparency and more back and forth between the current council, administration, and the citizens that it serves.
Yeah.
And when I was thinking about, in politics, especially when people are running, they have 3 points. Everybody has that on their sign. I was trying to go through them, and just none of it sounded genuine to me, but at one point it was more or less, keep us safe, keep us clean, keep us stable. It works, but I ultimately decided I'd like better the message of moving Martinsville forward, because I do believe we're moving in a forward direction, but also while respecting our past, because there are a lot of people that they want us to move forward, they want us to progress, they want Martinsville to be prosperous, but they don't want to be left behind. And they also don't want to be overtaxed and overburdened by efforts to propel the city in a more accelerated direction towards being a fully functioning city that's attractive to people from outside and is more attractive to people within.
Right.
We have to appeal to everybody.
Correct. So let's say...
And I have to go back to my point, regarding the public safety, I'm working on drafting a 100-day plan of action regarding this. I'd like to go into it hardcore right away. And this is by no means a critique necessarily of our police department. I've been talking to some people in the police department and asking them what they think they need. As you can see, because I put it off to the side, I drink coffee morning, noon, and night. It's a little bit of a problem, but that's because I don't have any other vices right now, except for, well, let me put this out there to any kids watching. Don't ever start smoking, please. I've been trying to quit my whole life, up, down, all around. It is the worst. I mean, nicotine and heroin, horrible.
Yeah.
Don't ever start it. It was cool when I was little. It's not cool now at all. And I'm really trying to do everything I can to ditch it. But I'd get coffee all the time, and I bump into police officers all the time and ask them, what's going on? What do y'all need? Is there anything that if I get elected, and I was talking about this with them way before, what do you need? Do you need more cops? Do you need, and I get a lot of varying feedback from people. I do think we could use, and I think there's some coming out of the academy, so, but I want to know what our police force needs to be in the best position it can be to protect its citizens, while also at the same time being a community-oriented police force, not just one that drives around and busts people all the time, although I would like to see an increase in ticketing for speeding. Speeding in Martinsville is insane, at least in Uptown. Well, where I live, just below Uptown. I mean, I don't have a radar detector, whatever it is that picks people up flying by, but the 80 mile an hour flying down Market Street, Mulberry, Spruce Street, Bears Mill Road. I mean, I was on Bears Mill Road the other day and was almost killed like countless times. Like, woo, woo. And then this Circle Court is a big one, a big problem. I don't know what to do about it. The poor people on Circle, right by the park, people just fly up and down that road. I know the police can't be everywhere at once, and I know there's about half a dozen, if not a little less, officers on duty per shift, and I know that at least one or two of them have to stay at headquarters. So resources could be stretched a bit, spread thin. I would like to see what I could do to help that and get them what they need, which gets us what we need.
Sure.
So
let's go to what actually triggered you to say, I'm going to run for city council.
All right, what triggered me to run for city council? As you might know, I had helped Aaron Rawls and Elsie Jones during their campaign when they ran last election. That wasn't planned, by the way. Neither of them had, I don't think, met beforehand. It was a gradual alliance that formed. I think several people started to talk to each other and said these two gentlemen need to meet each other. I had known Aaron for about 10 years already. He was a friend of our office. He lived around the corner. And LC I got to know over time and really liked both of them, and I thought they made a good team, and I was not a fan of the reversion proceedings at the time and the way it was being done, and I didn't think we necessarily needed to revert in the manner that it was being done. I don't want to get too much into reversion because it could come up again, but for the moment I'm just going to put that in a box. What ultimately, I had a great time helping them, but it was exhausting. If you can recall, it was a little vicious at one point. People were kind of nasty to each other. There was a lot of, and people were nasty to me, by the way, who were opposing them running.
Nasty or just politics?
Politics, but a significant personal attack from one of the incumbents that still gnaws at me to this day. I've let it go as best as I can. But I knew what she was doing when she said what she said in the debate with your station. I'm not going to get into it, but she knows what she said and she knows what she did. I'll never forget it. Other people noted it and they know what she was doing. And that's all I'm going to say. So next, why did I decide? I wasn't thinking of running. I was actually quite happy with the way things were going in the city. I thought that we'd hired a city manager that seemed to be, I'd met her at the trade show. And she great lady. She seemed very professional. She was, I'll give her this. She bought a home in the city of Martinsville, which was awesome. I liked and appreciated it.
It does show she's buying in.
And appreciated the investment. There are a lot of people, as you know, who come here for big jobs, and I'm not begrudging anyone where they want to live, but I do appreciate it when people who are major participants in the community, especially leaders, that they actually physically invest in living here. I mean, there's a great deal of people who come here often, run large companies, they don't live here, they're not, I mean, some of them might live in Danville or nearby, that's okay. I really do appreciate it when people make the attempt to live where the people that they serve also live. So I appreciated and respected that about her. I liked some of the things I was seeing with the direction that meetings were going. I have a little bit of concern about that now. I'm not a really big fan, and some of the council knows this, of the public work sessions that are happening during the day that are in a conference room that's rather tight. I know that the council has a lot of work that they need to do that's very difficult to do up on the dais, especially at 7 o'clock. They can run late into the evening when they have to do all the work up there, and they do have open and closed sessions. And the work sessions, that's great if you can do it out in the open, and they are doing it in the open. It is, I don't know if it's broadcast as it's happening. It might be on Facebook Live or Zoom. I keep being told this, well, it is recorded. And I'm like, yeah, it's recorded, but it's happening while I'm at work and while other people are at work. And I would like at the bare minimum for those work sessions, the public work sessions, to be brought back into council chambers during the day. It might make them uncomfortable to have to sit up on the dais and, I don't know, maybe put a table down below it and a round table of chairs. They have 2 big monitors in there and a lot of audio tech equipment. I don't see why they can't move it in there. And if the public who is not working during the day or wants to take off work during an important work session or step away for a minute and wants to sit in council chambers and observe our leaders in action during something that's public, I think they should be afforded the right to do that. So back to the question you asked. That was my only critique. Well, there's a couple critiques, but that's a big one I've got right now. I want some more transparency. I don't feel there's enough right now. I'm not satisfied with some of the aspects of the transparency. I'm not saying anyone's doing anything that we should or shouldn't know about. I think you should know everything, but I want it more out in the open. It's a very uncomfortable, tight conference room with a lot of people in it, for just members of the public to come by and see what's being discussed.
Fills up quickly.
Fills up fast with the people who are there having the meetings. And if you or I want to go be a part of what's being discussed, that then at 7 p.m. is being spoken of as a sort of, well, we discussed this earlier. I'd want to be there. But anyway, why did I run? Aaron Rawls had asked me way back in the late fall, early winter, you want to run? You helped me so much last time, you're up to the challenge, I think. You want to give it a shot? And I said, no, I don't feel like doing it. You know I'm in real estate. You know how exhausting real estate is. It's a lot of work. I have a lot of clients. I have a lot of obligations. And I love doing it. I also have a very busy personal life. It's just me and my mother here, my immediate family. She doesn't need me to take care of her, but I do spend a lot of time making sure that she is supported. So, and then I also have a lot of responsibilities in my job. I want to clarify something, because the current mayor, Elsie Jones, in a post on Facebook that he made on Friday, he referred to 3 selected candidates of Aaron's. And I'm assuming he means me, John Wilson, and, excuse me, the grammar is wrong. John Wilson, Lenita Hurlum, and me. L.C. Jones came to Barry Elliott it was after business hours. I remember it was dark. He wanted to meet with me and talk to me about this. And we sat next to each other in wingback chairs in front of the fireplace at Barry Elliott, and he asked me would I consider running for city council. Very difficult to say no to the mayor of Martinsville, and certainly very difficult to say no to someone who I helped and who I thought, and still think in myriad ways, is doing what he feels is best for the city of Martinsville. I felt that I felt the call to say yes. And I think I recall him, I can vividly remember him saying something to the effect of, well, we need you. So, I mean, what would you have done? Said no, I would rather just sit and make money the rest of my life. I also feel like I kind of owe it. I mean, I ran these 2 guys, helped throw them into the lion's den on that last election. I feel like it's paying my dues a little bit.
Right.
And also, here's another thing. There weren't many people who showed a lot of interest in doing this. I asked a lot of people. Because I didn't really want to do it. I called a bunch of people I know. Would you consider doing it? Have you thought about doing it? No, I've got too much going on. No. I've got a lot going on. You've got a lot going on. But I always hear about the call. I did feel the call. And it's not for any super specific reason. Like, I don't have this agenda per se. I just want to help Martinsville continue to progress in what I feel is its best future, and that's one where everybody is working together. And I'm not a naive person. I know that there's a great deal of disparity and inequality. Might be opening up a Pandora's box here with this, but there is still a great deal of segregation here in many ways. There's a lot of communities that are separate and isolated from one another, and I am just as guilty as anybody of being a part of that. I'm not under any illusions about the side of town I grew up on, the schools I went to, the majority of people I was friends with because of circumstance. But, I could have gone to private school. We had the ability to do it. My mother wanted us to go to public school, and I lived in the biggest city in the world and met people of all different race, cultures, creeds, sexes, sexual orientations, genders, the list goes on and on and on. I will work and talk with anybody who wants to help Martinsville.
Well, Julian, what I would like for you to do, believe it or not, our time is about up. We've got about 2 minminutes left of the program. Time
Go
flies.
for it. Fly through those questions.
Time flies
Hit 'em.
when you're having fun.
I talk too much. Hit them. Go. Hit them.
You gonna be that fast if I go?
Yeah, go.
Okay.
Bullet points. Go.
What do you bring to the table?
What do I bring to the table?
Yes.
Leadership, professionalism, and respect.
What do you want to see in the first year of being elected?
I want to see Martinsville have more housing opportunities for not just people who can spend a lot of money, but people who are strapped a bit and need some assistance. I want to see more efforts towards increasing public safety awareness. and I want to see this litter problem in Martinsville taken care of once and for all by any means necessary. So I'm going to start putting together these trash pickups, and we're going to get out and get moving. Next, go.
What's the first thing you'd like to change in the governmental system of Martinsville?
Oh, man. Woo, that's a big one.
30 seconds.
I just said it. I would like more work sessions in council chambers open to the public, more transparency. Go.
I got too many. I can't go anymore.
Keep going, keep going.
We got a minute. Look in that camera and tell everybody why they need to vote for you.
That one?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you want somebody who is looking out for your best interest, and I mean everyone's best interest, then I would appreciate your vote. I have no intention other than doing everything I possibly can to help Martinsville remain a community that is open and accessible to everybody. Where it is not open and accessible to everybody, please come tell me how we can improve that. If you feel that you have fiscal concerns regarding taxation and property taxes increase, electric rates and whatnot, please come talk to me. I'll do my best to work with you on understanding where we are on those and where I'd like to see those situations head. I'd appreciate your vote and appreciate anyone's trust and confidence who has already said that they will vote for me. And thank you very much.
Julian, thank you so much for joining me, my friend. Good
Absolutely.
luck with the election.
I appreciate it,
and
man.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you around town and also in further debates and conversation.
Looking forward to it. You can pick these up at the chamber one, any ones that I filibustered you through.
Well, thank you as well for tuning in. Stay tuned. There's more election coverage right here on BTW 21.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
Or come by our office at Starver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. It's going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb.
Elevate your community engagement with BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week. Are you looking to make a meaningful impact in your community? Join BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week, the premier platform for high school football in Southside Virginia. Every Friday night, we bring the excitement of local high school sports directly to your screens via live TV, Facebook, YouTube, and live stream. By supporting BTW 21, you're not only promoting our local high schools, but also investing in a trusted community stable. With sponsorship opportunities starting at just $500, you can showcase your commitment to our youth and the future of our community. Don't be misled by other offers. Join the original and the most trusted Piedmont District Game of the Week. BTW 21 TV, your neighborhood's voice in high school sports.
Press 1 for your call is very important. The average hold time is 59 minutes. You got to be kidding me. A lot of things have changed recently, but at Shively Electric, some things will not change. Your phone call will not be answered by a computer, and your hold time will never be 59 minutes. So for all of your electrical needs, call on your friends at Shively Electric.
Thank you for calling Shively Electric. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm Stephen Edwards and I'm the owner of Riverside Tire Service. At Riverside Tire Service, we have been a staple in this community for over 40 years as your premier Michelin tire dealer. Now with that relationship with Michelin for over 40 years, we can pass on savings to you that no one else can compare to. We have over $50,000 worth of Michelins in stock ready to fit your vehicle. If we don't have it, we also receive 2 deliveries a day so we can get you rolling in a timely manner.
And thanks for tuning in to another great program here on BTW 21. I'm the host, Chad Hall, and we're still in our election coverage up until November, of course. And we've been interviewing everyone that's running for city council. We've currently have seen some forums and different things that we have been filming. I hope you're enjoying those on BTW 21. But joining me now for the next 30 minutes, we have Miss Kathy Lawson, who has been on city council and is rerunning. Kathy, how are you, young lady?
I'm doing well. I hope you are.
Yes, ma'am, doing good. Tell me a little bit. I think most people know who Kathy Lawson is, but you've been on city council for a number of years.
That is correct. I am currently in my 3rd term, non-consecutive. My first term was in 2006 to 2010. And then I went off and I served on the electoral board for a number of years. And in 2016, I ran again and was successful. And in 2020, I was reelected. So yes, I have been on council for a number of years.
So I know everybody's going to know you from city council because I didn't know you had pulled 3 terms. But let's for a few moments, let's let everybody. What does Kathy Lawson like to do outside of city council? Let's know a little bit about Kathy.
Kathy Lawson is a community advocate.
Okay.
I serve a lot of different boards and commissions. You know that Christmas cheer is near and dear to my heart, and even though it might be October through December as far as the public is concerned, we work on Christmas cheer pretty much year round. I have volunteered 25 plus years for the Christmas parade, and then after our organization passed it on, I've still continued to help put on our Uptown Christmas parade. I serve a number of boards, Southside Survivor Response Center. I volunteer with the United Way, the Red Cross, the Exchange Club. My husband and I and some volunteers put the flags up uptown. They'll be up on the 17th for Constitutional Day. And then there's my church, and I'm a member at McCabe, and I'm active there, and I just like serving people.
Does your husband ever get to see you?
Yes, he sees me every day.
Does he have to come to work to see you? You're a pretty busy lady.
We have to coordinate calendars.
Okay, well, I get that sometimes.
Yeah, we coordinate calendars. We were doing that yesterday afternoon after church, and he's in one room and I'm in the other, and I'm like, okay, this is what I have for the next 2 weeks, and this is what he has for the next 2 weeks. And he tries to support me as much as he can. He also has a very demanding job.
He does.
He serves the American Red Cross, and so he's out there serving the public as well. So we love people in our community, and we just want to make it the best it can be.
And that's awesome. I can see Ralph now. Honey, can we date tonight? Do you have time for supper?
We do have to coordinate those as well.
And don't ever stop. Don't ever stop.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, don't ever stop. And, I will say this. I've been working with you for about 5 or 6 years. I could be wrong. Time goes so fast.
Yes, it does.
I took over the Big Bird Toy Run. It's been quite a joy to take Big Bird's. It's no way to fill Big Bird's shoes, but to be able to take that ride and to continue that ride. I think we're in our 32nd annual this year.
Something like that.
And that's going to be, again,
I'm shooting one of these years to do a big ride and do 20 grand, but just economy ain't letting me do that yet. But we're shooting for it. But we averagely do pretty well. But again, it is an honor to be able to serve and help Christmas cheer, because the Big Bird Toy Ride, which is coming up, by the way, it helps all of our kids right here in our community, and that I think that's important. Every kid needs a toy or something.
Every child needs to have Christmas, and we've had adults who have come up to us. I was a child who received a Christmas cheer box, and several years ago there was a lady that was working at the hospital, and one of our board members was in there, and she shared with her, her testimony of her childhood, and then she said, and I remember the Christmas cheer boxes coming to our house, and she made a donation to cheer to that particular board member. It's just it's something that you have to do.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you have to.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, Kathy. I couldn't do it without all my help. I call them little elves. I got some little elves, about 7 or 8 of them.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Anita and that entire crew, Glenn and TT and all of those, there's absolutely zero way I could pull the Big Bird Ride off. So it takes what is the word?
It's a village.
It's a village.
Yes.
It takes a village to raise a
family.
couple of families.
Yes, it does.
So,
it's like when we do food boxing. We have youth. We have a lot of youth who come that first Saturday in December. Awesome. And, we have 4-H, and we have Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and youth groups from churches. And we have an assembly line, and we will box 500 plus boxes of food in just a few hours. But, it's what we do.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into some tough questions now. And
okay.
Let's just try to see if we can, I don't want to say trip you up, but let's see what we can find out a little bit about City Council.
Okay.
As we're going into the election, I think primarily most people are going to know your goals, what you would like to see, but being reelected, kind of walk me through what you want to see the next term if you're reelected.
I want to keep the momentum going. We know that we have some challenges. There are several years ago we didn't have jobs. Well, now we have jobs. We don't have people to fill these jobs. And in order to get more people to come here to this community, you have to have housing. And that is something that we have been working since my very first term on council in 2006. We started working on housing. And so we have some good things in the works. There are other opportunities that we have forthcoming. So I want to continue on the momentum of providing what they call affordable housing to the workforce in our community. Because Danville in Pennsylvania County is just, they're abounding in job opportunities, and not everybody wants to live where they work. And we know that we're going to get some people here in Martinsville and Henry County who are taking in some of those jobs in Pennsylvania County and Danville. So we have to have housing opportunities. So we have the momentum going. We have some programs in place, or some programs that we're talking about to get some of the blight out of our city, new houses constructed. BB&T is our largest project. We started working on BB&T during COVID. Just like we started 5 Points during COVID, that we've had some challenges with those, and they've been delayed. But 5 Points is finished. I think there's 2 houses still on the market, and we built one handicap accessible for a gentleman. He wanted a handicap accessible house, so we were able to provide that for him. And then the Fayette Street lofts, those are already all rented, and so we've got BB&T that's going to be fabulous. So,
I wanted to back up, because you've been in city council for a while. Let's back up from COVID to now. Let's don't go all the way back into because some of those years was tough. They were tough. Yes. But right now the city is probably on the upswing of looking the best it's looked in a while. We're in a good season. Let's just say that. It can be much better. Okay. But let's talk about some things that you've seen this term that is just extremely makes you proud to say you're on city council?
Yeah, we have it's such a positive, people are positive. And we've got some good things going on uptown. We've got some new businesses uptown. Renewal Brewery, you know, they took an old building and refurbished it and made a beautiful business out of it. There's some other new businesses uptown. Just look at what the ground floor has done since Josh came to Martinsville.
Love that coffee shop.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just look at, you know, I used to shop in Holtz. So, you know, when Miss Georgia died and the store closed, it was like, oh, what's going in here? But, you know, Lee Priddleman came to Martinsville after he retired, and he saw an opportunity. So we have people who see the glass full instead of empty, and these people are working with you know, the city and other community partners to revitalize what we have going on uptown. And anyone will say, whether it's in city or the county, a healthy center city brings forth a healthy community.
Yeah.
So, you know, bringing people uptown, it just makes everything click.
Well, you got the old Winn-Dixie again. All that's being complete. It's beautiful now.
It's gorgeous.
You know, my barber's in there, and that place is filling up quickly.
It is.
And I know we got a big project with, you know, the old bank building. But don't you feel like in the season that's finished, what that's going to bring into the city of Martinsville is going to be astronomical?
Well, it is. And you're going to see other things taking off as well, because when you have a lot of people living uptown, they're going to walk. So, you know, we know that we need, you know, we have Perelman's, which is a fabulous market. We might
for
need
steaks
for yes, absolutely. You know, we might need another type of market uptown. We might need another cafe. I mean, you know, there's just an abundance of different things that when you have uptown people who live and they want to walk, you know, that they don't want to get in their car and drive 15 minutes to go get something. You know, that's one of the things of living uptown is convenience.
Right. Well, you know, there's some things in the making of possibly doing some more building. I don't know if we can get into that or not. But to kind of accommodate everything you just said, to I don't want to say make it a college town to where everybody can walk, but everybody likes that. I'm just going to walk down the road, grab some milk, I'll be right back.
Yep. And the other thing too, Chad, you know, we are known as a bedroom community, and some people were, years ago, they were offended by that. To me, that is a fabulous thing to have, because, or to be called, because we have people who work in, you know, Greensboro, Winston, Roanoke, you know, even Danville, but they live here. Our cost of living and our quality of life is so good, and you know, they go to their job and then they come back here because this is home. This is where they want to live. This is where they want to raise their families. This is where they want to retire.
Right.
So, you know, we have opportunities here in bringing people to Martinsville and Henry County, but because this is an affordable place to live.
It is. And, you know, we've even discussed that with even city electrical and everything else. We're still below average and doing well.
We are below average and we are doing well. And the thing with our electric is, you know, that everybody always thinks their electric is too high. And, you know, you look
That's
back
normal.
10 years ago, yes, you're paying more. But the cost of transmission, you know, that dictates a lot of what we charge for power. But in the city, our rates are lower, and our service is
superior.
It's superior.
It really is.
It really truly is. We have a crew out within minutes after an outage is reported to assess the issue, and then to get the appropriate crews out. And you know, sometimes it takes a little longer. There was a tree that fell a couple of weeks ago and took out 3 poles. So, you know, not only you got to take the tree down first, but then you got to reset the poles. So they were able, they have switchers in the city, so sometimes they can switch this particular line to a different switch to, you know,
keep it, reroute it,
to get some people's power back on. So a lot of people's power was back on very quickly. And then there was one area that it did take a while, but still, it's not days, it's hours.
Yeah. Well, you know, I got to say, I'm in the county AEP. They're pretty good about keeping the power on, but we haven't had hard winters in a while.
We have not.
But you know, when you say AEP, that's a monster. I mean, they can, I hate to say it, they can just go up on you and ain't a lot you can do about it.
Well, they've got a proposed rate increase now.
They do.
And what a lot of people do not understand is transmission fees have a formula that is based on the improvements that your utility providers are making. And thankfully, the city is part of the Blue Ridge Power Consortium. And, you know, we have them to lobby for us and other areas like Danville and so forth to keep those transmission fees as low as we can possibly keep them. But, you know, every time the big guys are making these, you know, they're making this improvement, they're making that improvement, that affects transmission rates. So it affects all of us.
It does. It absolutely does. So let's just move forward. Let's say November passes. Kathy, you go back into office and you sit back down. What would you want to see accomplished in the next year if you were elected?
I want to see the positive momentum to move forward. We have opportunities with in our uptown. We currently have a program where we know that we have some infrastructure issues. We are asking residents and business owners to self-report what type of pipe they have leading from their meter into their house, because we have to inventory all of those. So that's a self-reporting thing right now. There are our schools are doing fabulous. And our community college and our new college institute, they have offerings for young people that don't want the necessary, you know, traditional 4-year college education. So we have opportunities in our city for our young people who don't want to go to a traditional 4-year college. There are job opportunities for anyone who is actually looking for a job.
That's true.
And, you know, we have housing. And we have commercial opportunities that I can't talk about. So, you know, that there are businesses who are looking to come here to Martinsville to locate. And we're excited about that as well.
And anytime you say new business, that ought to excite everybody.
It should. It really should, because, you know, for years and years and years and years, we heard, oh, well, we need a Starbucks. We need a Starbucks. And then, you know, we have the ground floor. And then Starbucks did come because they were off and on and off and on and off and on. But it hasn't affected the ground floor.
I think it's helped them.
Well, they complement.
Yeah.
They complement one another. They really, truly do. And, you know, that to me, that's not an issue. There are some other, you know, restaurant offerings that we're hearing that may be coming to the area. And, you know, everybody wants this particular business or that particular business. And as we grow, we will see these companies looking more favorably to us than they did when, you know, we lost all the jobs when NAFTA took away our furniture and our textiles. We lost a lot then, and we lost revenue. Fortunately, right now our revenues are up, but our revenues are on the backs of the taxpayers. You know, we have We lowered our real estate tax, but our assessments went up, so people still paid more in real estate tax. The value of vehicles skyrocketed 2-3 years ago, so people are paying more for their personal property tax. And then meals tax is a consumption tax, which some people don't like meals tax. Me, I think is a wonderful thing because it's paid by the masses. It's just not paid by the people who live in the city of Martinsville. It's paid by anybody who eats in the city of Martinsville, and that is also up right now. So our tax revenue is up, but it's all based on people.
You know, going back to the ground floor, I believe that the ground floor is being, one, they have great product.
They do.
Two, the success is going back to what you're saying, foot traffic. People walking Martinsville, darting in and out, going back to work. I think is their success.
That is their success, and they have very loyal patrons. And then right behind it is Ma's Cakes, and you know, they're open on Thursday and Friday. You know, they've also put in an option on a building to have grab and go, which is what they do in Danville. And they have been very successful there. So, you know, we're looking forward to them finalizing their plans and so forth. And, you know, grab and goes work. You know, people are busy and
nothing like cake and coffee.
Yes, exactly. So, and you know, Josh started with Ma's Cakes. I remember it was maybe a year or two ago, and they were going to be in there on a certain day from 10 o'clock until 2 o'clock, and I think at 11:30 they were sold out. So it's just been a great opportunity.
But don't you feel that, sure, NAFTA pretty much almost broke the back of the whole county?
It did.
But we recovered. We kept fighting. We kept our boots on, and we tightened up our laces, and we went through, you know, we went through I believe we went through a depression nobody's seen but us.
We did.
Personally.
You know, and the thing with that, Chad, is we lost a lot of revenue. You know, the city and the county both lost tremendous amounts of tax dollars. We lost people. And you know, just the opportunities. There were people who all of a sudden, you know, they were making really good money, and now they can make the maximum that unemployment will pay them, and they weren't able to keep their houses. I mean, there was a lot of transition there, but we never gave up. We never felt defeat. We looked at, this is what has happened to us, and we have to move forward, and we have to keep the momentum going, because this is a great place to live.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've recovered by getting better jobs.
We have great jobs.
Better paying jobs.
Yes.
Little high tech, well, much high tech jobs.
Much high tech
compared to normal. Or I'm not downgrading those jobs. I wish we had them all back.
Well, the world has changed.
It has.
And even in manufacturing now, you don't have thousands of people in a manufacturing plant, because they use technology and they use robots. And you know, there's even the car manufacturers now. You know, a lot of robots are used in that. Manufacturing changed when it recovered from NAFTA.
Yeah, it did.
It totally changed.
All right, Miss Lawson, I'm about to run out of time, and I'm going to blast some questions at you.
Okay.
These are the quick, snappy ones.
Okay.
I'll see how sharp you are.
Okay.
I already know how sharp you are, but let's see. Let's roll here.
Okay.
What would you like to change about local government?
Local government, if I could change one thing, I would want to make it move a little faster. It's real slow.
That's very true. Good answer. What specific skills do you bring to the table that will help the city grow?
I listen. Yeah, I'm a people person. I listen to the people in the community. I hear what they are saying, and then I take those things back to City Hall to see what we can get done. I like to see results, and when a person calls me and they have a problem, I like to be able to help them resolve that issue.
All right, good answer. What do you think there should? Do you think there should be a code of ethics or conduct for the city council? If so, if it's violated, what should happen?
I absolutely think there should be a code of conduct. Most communities do have a code of conduct. As we have seen in the city of Lynchburg in recent weeks, they have censured some of their council members and taken their pay. Not that we make a whole lot of money in the city of Martinsville from council, but I do think there should be an ethical standard of conduct for all members of council.
And what do you feel should happen if it's broken?
They should, well, the only legal thing that you can do is to censure them. And that's basically just a public slap on the hand.
Okay. I didn't know what'd you call that?
Censure.
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 I'd had to Google that one.
Yeah, you'll have to Google that one. It's called censure.
Okay, censure.
But you know,
so a slap on the wrist.
Yes, basically.
No big deal.
Yes.
Okay. All right. One more here. What specific ideas do you have to grow city tax base?
City tax base. Okay, so we work in conjunction with the Chamber for small business and the EDC for the big business. As we all know, the city is landlocked, so we're not going to get a manufacturer to come in here with 200 jobs. That's just not going to happen. However, we have industrial parks in which the city has profit sharing with Henry County. Now, Commonwealth Crossing, the city has investment in that one. So we'll see revenue from Commonwealth Crossing before we will see revenue from the Patriot Center, because we didn't have any investment in that one. So we have revenue sharing with Henry County for the larger manufacturing. We decided to invest in a local the small guy. Several years ago, we reallocated money that had previously been allocated to the EDC, to the Chamber of Commerce, CPAG, for Startup and Grow. And we work with them still to this day. We have some very successful businesses uptown that went through the startup program and also the grow program. And you have to have that hands-on with a new business for them to be successful. You know, you can have the greatest idea in the world, but if you don't have the policies and the procedures, and if you don't know that you have to do A, B, C, and D to get to F, then you're not going to be successful. So we have to have policies in place that helps these individuals to understand this is what you have to do in City Hall. This is funding that might be available for you, you know, other than the startup and the grow. You know, there's state funds, there's federal funds, there's, if you're going into an old building, there's historic tax credits, there's tobacco commission money, there's resources out there, and we as a city have to make sure that we share everything possible with these new businesses so that they can be successful.
Miss Kathy, we got 1 minute left. If you'd look in that camera and tell everybody why they should vote for you this November. Okay.
Well, thank you, Chad. I appreciate the opportunity. I have served our city and our citizens as unselfishly as any human being can. I love the people in this community, and I just want to continue working for you because it's all about the people for me. I have no personal agenda. It's just serving the people, and that's what I like to do. And November 5th, or early voting starts on September 20th. Vote Kathy Lawson, Martinsville City Council.
Ms. Lawson, it's always a privilege. Thank you, and best of luck in the election, and look forward to working with you this Christmas season.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Want to thank you again for tuning in. Everybody stay tuned. There's more great local programming coming up next.
Or come by our office at Starver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year, and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. Going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb.
Elevate your community engagement with BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week. Are you looking to make a meaningful impact in your community? Join BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week, the premier platform for high school football in Southside Virginia. Every Friday night, we bring the excitement of local high school sports directly to your screens via live TV, Facebook, YouTube, and live stream. By supporting BTW 21, you're not only promoting our local high schools, but also investing in a trusted community staple. With sponsorship opportunities starting at just $500, you can showcase your commitment to our youth and the future of our community. Don't be misled by other offers. Join the original and the most trusted Piedmont District Game of the Week. BTW 21 TV, your neighborhood's voice in high school sports.
If you're looking to buy or sell, please give us a call at 276-647-7667 or come by our office at Starver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems with the use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
Chopsticks, Martinsville's largest, nicest restaurant, serving hibachi, sushi, Chinese, and Asian cuisine. Daily lunch specials starting out at $7.49 to $11.25 every day. Drink specials and mouth-watering entrees at Chopsticks in Martinsville. Don't forget about our sushi specials every Monday and Thursday. Dine in or carry out at 632-8898. Chopsticks, located across from Baymont Inn.
Thanks for tuning in to another program here on BTW 21, your neighborhood network. I'm the host, Chad Hall. As you know, it is an election year, and we're going to be covering the election for City Council and also Board of Supervisors. And we're doing some one-on-ones, and that's what you're going to be seeing here today. And I have Lanita Hurlum. Am I saying that right? Hurlum. Let me make sure I get it right. Good to have you on the program.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for coming. And I guess as we get started here, let's let folks know a little bit about who you are before we get into some questions.
Lanita Hurlum. I'm originally from Bassett, graduated Bassett High School, went into the Army, met my husband while I was serving, pretty much became a military wife after that. We did live here for 5 years. He served in the National Guard here and the Army Reserves here before they left. And went back on active duty, and in 2006, I lost him in Baghdad.
Okay. Sorry to hear that.
Thank you. After that, I went back to college. I got my master's degree in history. I have a few associate's degrees. I'm a big proponent for education, so whenever I get the opportunity, I go back to school. After that, I became very active in the Gold Star community. I worked with a group called American Widow Project for decades, and I still work with them a little bit, and moved back here in 2019 when COVID hit. And
you come back at a tough time then.
well, I would rather be in a small town, Martinsville, during COVID than in a big city. I lived outside of Charlotte. So,
okay.
So yeah, when I decided to move back here, I knew I wanted to get involved, and I joined a few organizations, and it didn't feel like the right fit. I've had several people tell me I should run for office through the years, and I never really took it seriously until Councilwoman Pearson, we know each other from high school, and she approached me and said, "You ever thought about running for city council?" And I kind of laughed it off at first, and then I was like, why not me? And so it felt like God was opening a door and an opportunity. I've had my moments when I've wondered if maybe God was throwing a brick at me saying, "What are you doing?" But it always happened when I had a good friend nearby who encouraged me and said, "No, you need to keep going." And so I'm still here.
So this will be your first political step, so to speak?
Very first, and I don't plan on going any further up. I like the local level. I mean, the local government touches people's lives more than any other government. And it's actually sad that we don't have as much attention placed on the local government the way we do, national level and all.
Well, that's a good opener to let everybody know who you are. I got some questions I'm going to be asking you that the public would like to know. And I know you're getting yourself tuned up for some debates and some things that are coming. We'll be a little more, this won't quite be like the debate, so this is just me and you, makes it a little more comfortable. Kind of tell me, if elected, what would be one of your goals you would like to see as a member of council?
Well, my platform is 3 different ones. Sorry, it's a little dry in here. The first one is that I think we could get done immediately is the current council has pushed for transparency. I want to go further with that and create new ways to communicate between the government and the local citizens. And from something as simple as everybody gets an electric bill, add another paper in there with a monthly newsletter. What's coming up, what events are coming up, where can you find certain, like they put the budget out, but if you don't know they put the budget out, you don't know where to go look for it, that kind of thing. I'd love to see them use the government TV, the government the city government website, find different ways to use that, and I would love an email newsletter. Something as simple as those things, I think we could get those going pretty quick. Appropriations, where the money goes. I'm focusing a lot on infrastructure, especially our water system. We recently had the 72-hour boil. The electric grid, we have 2 transformers. I believe it's 2 transformers coming up on 50 years old. They need to be replaced. That is not cheap. We need more worker affordable housing. One of the reasons I left Charlotte is I could not justify spending $300,000 on a 1,500 square foot house. And so,
wow.
Yeah,
well, the market
it's even worse now.
It is. The market's terrible.
And I'm seeing that start to happen here. I'm starting to see the prices of houses go up here. And, part of our charm and what attracts people to us is it's a very affordable place to live. So we don't need that to change, especially when we're trying to attract younger workers to move here. So,
when you talk about transparency, when you talk about the email, I could see that shouldn't be
too big of a pinch. But with mail outs and things like that, do they feel like that would be something that would have to have a budget for that as well, or should that be pretty simple?
Well, not everybody is on the internet.
True.
A
lot of your older folks are never going to see an email.
My mom's not on the internet. She doesn't have an email, and I see how she struggles with like the cable company. They're like, well, you can go online and do that, and she's like, no, I can't. So I think, and we have a large retirement community here. Not everybody is on the internet. Not everybody knows how to use it, and I don't think we should force them to go on the internet to find information when everybody gets an email. Gets an electric bill.
Right. Well, everybody's trying to be pushed to the green, go to internet. But I got to agree with you, that's not going to work for everybody. There's even probably some of the younger generation.
I was told, everybody's got a cell phone. Not everybody does. There's a lot of older people who have the flip phone. So.
No, that's true. That's very true. So what is something that you hope to accomplish if elected in your first year?
In the first year, well, of course, communications. Another part of my platform is relations. I really want to mend the relationship with the county. I absolutely hate the way the reversion was handled, and I think the city was in the wrong. I went back studying it from 2005 when they first, well, it's probably not the first time they talked about reversion, but it's as far back as the Martinsville Bulletin goes. And I've read everything going forward. And from everything I've read, we need to mend that relationship. And I think that if we can work with the county and find ways to work together, there's going to be places where we can cooperate. There's a lot of duplication within the system. We're a small county. There's no reason for all that duplication. You've got constitutional offices where they could work together. You've got the school where administratively we could come together. I think reversion, they jumped off the deep end of the pool rather than let's try this first. So the relationship with the county is definitely a priority with me. And I think that by reaching out and showing them that we do want to mend that and we do want to work with them rather than force something on them, I think they would be receptive. I spoke with Deborah Buchanan, and I think they would work with us. So I think we can fix that within the first year. Some other areas, I want to build relationships with local organizations, local small businesses, churches, veterans groups, and I want to see what resources we have available, what's lacking, and from there find ways to fill the voids that we do have. We're starting to have a homelessness problem here, and we really don't have the resources for that except when temperatures drop below freezing. So it's not a problem we want, but it's a problem I think we're going to face, and we need to work with that. And winter's coming. It's football season now if you're walking around outside. So
it's definitely cooling off. So how important is it, do you feel, to mend that bridge between the city and the county?
Well, they're our neighbors. And for many of us, they're our family, they're our friends. I've got friends who won't come into the city, practically. They don't really want anything to do with the city at all because of what happened. And that hurts the city, business-wise. But I don't understand how it got so bad, to be honest. And you're talking when you're forcing that on the county, everybody in the county was like, you know, our taxes are going to go up. I can't afford this. And it was just wrong. And it's something we need to fix on our end.
Well, how vital is it for the city just to figure out how to make more money versus reverting?
I think we're not big enough to bring industry into the city. We don't have that kind of space to bring a huge, I don't know, like a Cannon Mills kind of thing into the city. I think we really need to focus on our small businesses. I think supporting the 220 corridor, that would bring, when you've got industry in the county, that helps us because it brings business in. And again, that goes to just supporting our small businesses, and so that people can come in and shop. I don't want to rely completely on like restaurants and that sort of thing, because those aren't high-paying jobs. So we can bring in technology. We can bring in finance, lawyers. We have the office space for professionals. We could do that kind of thing. So in many ways, Martinsville was where the professionals lived when we had all that industry. And there's no reason why Martinsville can't be that again if we're working with the county to help bring in the industry with them. But we've got to have a good foundation also.
Do you feel the housing shortage, though, could be some of the reason it's hard to get that infrastructure with people living in Danville or even riding to Martinsville from Greensboro and Roanoke?
The housing shortage is going to be a problem. I know we're talking about bringing in the apartments, and I love that idea. That's something I'm familiar with, having lived in Concord and Kannapolis, is they brought in condos and apartments and pretty much made a small community where you could walk the restaurants, you could walk to a baseball game, you could walk to get your groceries. That was like what they were focusing on down there as they grew. And we could do that uptown where we're having apartments, and we bring in a market, or I know one way to bring business uptown is to have more clothing stores for women. My mom will go shop anywhere there's clothes. I have plenty of aunts who will do that also. But yeah, the housing shortage, you're going to have Danville growing due to the casino, and hopefully the county growing, and those people have to have a place to live. I'm not as familiar with this as I should be. I ran into it the other day when I was doing research. There's an area where they were going to put smaller houses for retirees, and maybe that's a place where we could focus more on worker affordable housing instead of another retiree community.
Well, going back to some of what you're talking about, I love the concept of, there was talks about the old courthouse and making a lot of things right there in Uptown, again, easy to walk to from about anywhere. But I mean, even if we get the green light on those projects, we're 5 years off to getting something like that complete. So, but those are things that you feel need to get put in gear pretty quickly.
I think it's something that it's going to grow as the surrounding communities grow. We can be a part of that, and I think Martinsville's only 11 square miles. We're very small, and if you can't grow up, we can do condos, we can do apartments, we can, maybe have those smaller home communities. So of course, you have to go through contractors and contracts, and we don't, from what I understand, we don't have a very good history when it comes to our contracts with other groups. It's definitely somewhere we need to work on. Yeah, I would say it's a good 5 to 10 year plan.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about your strengths and weaknesses. What's one of your strengths that you feel you bring to the table if elected for city council?
I am a very loyal person. I am a Pittsburgh Pirates fan since 1977, and if you've been with the Pirates that long and you know their history, you know I'm very loyal. I was hoping they'd do better this year. But one of the strengths I bring is I don't have any conflicts of interest. I'm being a Gold Star widow. I have my husband's pension. I don't run a business here. I don't have any outside interests. My loyalty will be to the city. I want to get to know the people. I'm learning to be outgoing again. I was before my husband died, and that changed after he died. So I'm learning to be outgoing, and I've found that I actually enjoy knocking on people's doors and having that one-on-one with people.
So big step today then, being on TV.
Big step. I've done it before. I've had interviews in newspapers and TV interviews. It's a little different sitting at the table and doing the one-on-one. I did a Star 5, I believe. It's a British TV. Mm-hmm. They wanted to. It was during the Obama-McCain presidential campaign, and they wanted to speak to the military, so they came to Fort Hood, and then they wanted to speak to a Gold Star widow. So they set it up like they had met me at this local bar, and then came to my house and spoke to me. It was all set up how they met me, but which was really funny because I had not been in the bar in decades. I did not even know this place existed until they told me about it. So I've done interviews based on my husband and that sort of thing. But yeah, this is completely new where the focus is on me.
Absolutely, 100% on you. What would you change in local government if you're elected? What was one thing you would like to change? You kind of said a lot of that, though, but you can get a little deeper into that question.
Well, one thing that wasn't on my platform that I have since added is I started reading the bulletin, and I've noticed that we have a revolving door in our legal system. It seems like they go in the jailhouse door and out the courthouse door. There is, if you read the reports, and it's not just the city, it's the county, and from what I understand, based on some other crime stories I've read in the paper, it seems to be a state problem and maybe even national. But it seems like 90 to 95% of the people who go in, they get a sentence and then it's all suspended. They still have to pay a fine, and then like a 5-year sentence, they'd have 4 years, 11 months, and 10 days suspended of it, and they're left with 21 days. Well, that's time served. They're walking out the door. And I've spoken to Andy Hall a bit about it, our Commonwealth attorney, and I didn't get to have an in-depth conversation. But he'd mentioned there's a problem with witnesses, and I'm like, well, what do you expect? Are you going to come forward when you know that person's going to walk right out the door and be right back out on the street? So I don't know if it's with our judges or with the evidence or just plea agreement. And I don't know where the problem is, but it's a huge problem and it needs to change. Because if you looked at the shooting during COVID, I believe it's El Norteño, or I get El Norteño and Los Norteños mixed up because I used to work at Mr. B's beach house way back in the day, and now it's Los Norteños. I think of it as Mr. B's still. But that shooting, it's the same person that was involved with, I believe it's the Ruski shooting, and then the window situation at Corner Kitchen, supposedly the same person involved with that were also involved with the tequila shooting. And it's the same people. And I'm like, how do you shoot somebody and get out to shoot somebody else in such a short amount of time? It's a huge problem, and it needs to change. I don't know how the council, if it's just political pressure or what kind of power the council has on that, but it definitely needs to change.
Okay. Do you think there should be a code of ethics or conduct for city council? And if so, how do you think that should be if it's violated?
I know that if we're elected, those of us who are elected to council, we go through a whole ethics class. I would not be opposed to there being some kind of punishment for, I'm hesitant to use the word punishment for ethical violations, especially when I've been talking about crime. But at the same time, you look at Congress and they censor somebody for ethical violations, and censor's not really, it doesn't seem to hurt anymore. It's just, and some of them wear it as a badge of honor that they get censored. So I'm not really sure what kind of punishment, for lack of a better word, you could actually use that would hurt. I think the more our public is involved in it, maybe censorship would have more of a sting. But it just, the way it is now with not as much attention on it, I hate to bring up another city council, but I watch WSCT, and it's Lynchburg, and I see what's happening with their council, and it's one of those situations where one side's wearing it as a badge of honor when the other side goes after them for violations, and I'm just not really sure what kind of punishment you could get that would really hurt someone, given the divisive views that people have on the government now, and even at the local level, you see the candidates are. I don't think the candidates themselves are divided, but they're starting to be the perception that there's this side and that side, and it's not really the case.
Really hard to get anything done like that.
I have been told several times by several people, do not trust anyone. And I found out that the hard way, that you really can't trust anyone. And I'm not sure how you do get anything done that way. It's been really hard, because I'm a researcher. My degree is in history, so I do research. I like primary sources. So like I said, I spoke with Deborah Buchanan. I specifically wanted to speak to her because she went through reversion. She went through the school merger, and the paper really didn't get into why the school merger failed. And so I went to her to ask her, and because she's a primary source, she was there. And Kathy Lawson also, I went to her because she was there. And And then I came away with 2 different stories. And I'm like, how do I find out the truth if I'm getting,
a different answer from each councilman?
And I mentioned it to Councilwoman Pearson. I'm like, how do you get something done in an environment where you can't trust anybody, especially when we're all supposed to be focused on the same thing, which is growth for our city and making our community a better place.
As they've always said, there's no I in team.
No.
And I understand exactly what you're just saying. Lenita, we've got about a minute left of the program. I would, if you would just look in that camera and tell everybody why they need to vote for you.
I'm Lenita. I hope you'll vote for me because I care about this community. I haven't lived here in a long time, but it's always been my home. If you have moved away and come back, you know that what that's like to see the difference between what it used to be and what it is. But I've had some military friends who come to see me, and I've driven them around town, and they think this is just the most beautiful place. I'm trying to see it through their eyes rather than the eyes of somebody who grew up here in the 80s. And I'm seeing good things. I'm hoping that perception, I'm going to use someone else's quote here, perception catches up with reality. And I think Martinsville has a lot of good opportunities in its future. I'd like to be part of those opportunities and help this area grow and the people thrive as best as I possibly can.
Lenita, thank you so much for your time and best of luck this election.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you again.
I hope so.
We will. I want to thank you as well for tuning in to our election coverage. Stay tuned. There's more great local programming coming up next.
Or come by our office at Sarver Properties, 5006 Kings Mountain Road, Collinsville, Virginia. We bought the building back last year, and we've been remodeling it since, and we are ready to go now. We've just worked relentlessly with local contractors and my staff and got it done. We set it up as an open concept so all the agents can come in. They have their own dual monitor systems to use on their laptops, and that way we're all working together in the same room. Right now we have 8 agents, and we're always looking to hire new agents as well. We have listings now and we're ready to go, and we can show any house in the MLS system.
Nelson Towing and Recovery has been serving Martinsville, Henry County, and the surrounding areas for 45 years. We have a talented, friendly staff with almost 100 years of combined experience. All of our drivers are certified and experienced in just about any situation. Our fleet of tow trucks contains a variety of modern vehicles that will meet every possible need. We also provide roadside assistance to help you out in case you have a flat tire or run out of fuel. Nelson Towing and Recovery, 888-257-8866.
It's that time again. Mark your calendar for the 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run. Going to be November the 9th. Registration from 10 to 12:30. Kickstands up at 1. 20 a rider, 25 for doubles. Our starting point this year, thanks to our new sponsor, is Thunder Road Harley Davidson. 32nd annual Big Bird Toy Run in memory of Rick Big Bird Holcomb.
Elevate your community engagement with BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week. Are you looking to make a meaningful impact in your community? Join BTW 21's Piedmont District Game of the Week, the premier platform for high school football in Southside Virginia. Every Friday night, we bring the excitement of local high school sports directly to your screens via live TV, Facebook, YouTube, and live stream. By supporting BTW 21, you're not only promoting our local high schools, but also investing in a trusted community staple. With sponsorship opportunities starting at just $500, you can showcase your commitment to our youth and the future of our community. Don't be misled by other offers. Join the original and the most trusted Piedmont District Game of the Week. BTW 21 TV, your neighborhood's voice in high school sports.
Hi, I'm Sandy Carter at Carter's Clothing Store, Uptown Martinsville, Virginia, where we house the sharpest men's clothing on the East Coast. We invite you in to come and check out our Italian suits, sport coats, slacks, and shoes. We'd love to have you come visit us on 29 East Main Street, Uptown Martinsville.
Chopsticks, Martinsville's largest, nicest restaurant, serving hibachi, sushi, Chinese, and Asian cuisine. Daily lunch specials starting out at $7.49 to $11.25 every day. Drink specials and mouth-watering entrees at Chopsticks in Martinsville. Don't forget about our sushi specials every Monday and Thursday. Dine in or carry out at 632-8898. Chopsticks, located across from Baymont Inn. Come join the winners at Clarence's Steakhouse, where everyone enjoys a great meal. Plate lunches served daily. Chicken tenders, steak and salad with homemade desserts. Don't forget about all-you-can-eat fish every Friday at Clarence's Steakhouse. Looking for breakfast? Then stop by and see us at 6636 Greensboro Road in Ridgeway, Virginia. Clarence's also offers carry-out for you to relax and dine at home. Simply call 276-956-3400. Clarence's Steakhouse would also like to thank all of their customers for their support, and we look forward to serving you again in the future.
A broken or cracked windshield can ruin a day. At Daniel's Auto Glass, it's our goal to make that unfortunate scenario as painless as possible. We have been servicing Franklin County and the surrounding area since 1995. Our customers are our neighbors, and we want you to know that you have the choice who repairs or replaces your windshield. And if you can't come out to us, we can come out to you. We also offer window tinting, and we are fully equipped and certified.
Move over, cause here we come. We got a party that's kicking like all night long. We got 10 drinks like extra strong, and nobody be leaving till we're seeing the sun. Move over, cause here we come. We got a party that's kicking like all night long. We got 10 drinks like extra strong, and nobody be leaving till we're seeing the sun. We bring it like this, we bring it like that. We bring it to the party like we all that. Yeah!
Alright, welcome to Pure Pro Wrestling here on your Neighborhood Network. I'm Win Harold along with Will Harold and along with the Killer Cow. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Ready to enjoy some Pure Pro action.
We're going to see some Pure Pro action tonight. We got a lineup that is stacked here tonight. We've got just the crowd is starting to file in. We got some great action coming up to you next on your Neighborhood Network. As you see, brand new shot of the ring, folks, from the ceiling. And I mean, what a shot we have, of course.
And if you see the disco ball, it will be a party tonight, Win.
Oh, I hope they turn the disco ball on, especially if Court Montgomery is part of tonight's celebrations. Of course, we have a lineup that is filled with action, and we're getting ready to get started here tonight as we have the fans have stacked in. We're ready for some great Pure Pro Wrestling action tonight. If you have not seen Pure Pro Wrestling, this next contest is the reason that people have fallen in love with this company. The rivalry match continues here tonight. The rivalry between Koga and the River City Wrecking Ball, Wyatt Sutton. And as you hear the music playing, and that can mean only one thing, the arrival of Koga.
Yes, sir. This is beyond personal between these two.
And, of course, Koga has to be upset, of course, at Super Clash, losing the tournament in the finals, where Wyatt Sutton has become the Southeastern champion. And Koga is making his way to the ring. He is very upset, determined, and he wants payback with Wyatt Sutton.
Not only the way losing in the finals of the tournament, losing the way he did with Wyatt Sutton's dad coming out
Steve Stevenson making his presence known. But it was all fair in love and war as Koga was about to put the chair on Wyatt Sutton's neck and cost him his career. That was one thing that,
this next match
that
is
could
a
not
single
happen.
match, and it is for the Pure Pro Wrestling Southeastern Championship. Introducing first in the ring from the Bronze Temple, weighing 223 pounds, Koga.
And Koga, as you heard announced, this is for the Southeastern Championship here tonight. And Koga has to have his mouth watering, has to have his eyes set on the River City Wrecking Ball and that Southeastern Championship.
Here comes fan favorite Wyatt Sutton.
And the crowd is about to go berserk, folks, because the crowd favorite, of course, Wyatt Sutton, making his way to the ring. Wyatt Sutton making sure the fans get their money's worth as going around high-fiving everybody that showed up here tonight. Of course, that is why he is a crowd favorite here tonight as the River City Wrecking Ball making his way to the ring to face Koga. And as you see, Koga has not taken his eyes off of Wyatt Sutton.
Not off Wyatt Sutton and the prize that is that title.
As you see Koga sitting methodically in the corner, just waiting for Wyatt Sutton to make a mistake. And of course, Koga saying time is running out for your title run. Of course, Koga looking to take the Southeastern Championship here tonight from Wyatt Sutton.
And from Danville, Virginia, weighing 305 pounds, he is the Pure Pro Wrestling Southeastern Champion, the River City Wrecking Ball, Wyatt Sutton!
You got to think Wyatt's running off of emotions from winning that title from the last time from Koga.
I mean, adrenaline has to be pumping. You know, the phrase is always said it every time there's a title match. It is easier to gain the title than it is to keep it. And what a title defense we have tonight. Of course, an ultimate personal rival in Koga.
One thing Wyatt has to be very weary of is Koga and his kicks.
The bell has rung. We're ready for some Southeastern Championship action here tonight. And the agility of Wyatt Sutton on display there. Of course, Koga turning his back to Wyatt Sutton.
I don't know if I would have done that.
Saying that there is a mistake, and he is going to fix that mistake in Pure Pro Wrestling here tonight. As, of course, referring to he is going to take the Southeastern Championship away from Wyatt Sutton.